Please note, this is a non-profit project. All participants gave their time free of charge. This project is not affiliated with English Heritage or the Duke of Somerset. All music and video footage, out with the footage taken as part of the investigation, is not affiliated to the project. The images and music were chosen by the director and editor to complement the experience. A full list of information and links to the copyright owners is in the description. In this episode, we take a further look at instances of reported paranormal activity in and around Bury Pomeroy Castle. So many wonderful people got involved with the project that the director has insisted they all need to be added. So, to make viewing easier, we have arranged the episode into chapters. In each chapter, you will be able to hear first-hand accounts from paranormal investigators, professional spiritual mediums, clairvoyants, historians, and also people who do not fit into any of these categories. They just happen to experience something inexplicable at the location. You can watch each chapter at your leisure. However, we do suggest watching them in sequence, as some investigators visited the castle on more than one occasion, with varying results. Links to the history of the castle, the Pomeroys and the Seymours can all be found in the video description. We join our first group of paranormal investigators on a sunny day in July. The team are ready to explore the castle and share their unique experiences. As you watch this episode, you may begin to realise that some of the personal stories are not so unique. Bury Pomeroy Castle is famed for being active at all times of the day and night. Not only is the main castle home to some alleged spirits, but the entire estate, including the woodland, is the subject of speculation from locals and tourists alike.
But there's no one here.
That name you took about, the one that looked after the kids, matron, I've just heard. That's a bit rather than a governess.
Matron. Kenneth Williams.
Matron. And matron said nursemaid, used wet maid. Yes. No, but matron is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, there must be, and I don't know if it's like a maitre d' or there's another name which is French.
Nanny or...
It's like someone trying a restaurant.
It's
the French version of a nanny.
Yeah. What's that? Au pair? No. See, it's changed, hasn't it?
And I know there's a Penelope. I heard Penelope.
We'd have to. I'm going to Google it anyway. There's so.
it might
That's
be-
probably.
You've got centuries of names here.
And there would have
years.
been a lot of people with the same name as well.
Yeah.
So,
Well, 3 Edwards.
I mean, Alice,
There
that
was probably
Rachel
more
picked
than
up, there was
3.
two. There were 2 Alices that I found when I did some research. 2 Alices that lived here at the
That would
castle.
have been Thomas's as well.
Thomas's, yeah.
Thomas's. very interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it at the moment.
You've not been down here before then?
No.
Okay.
Oh, haven't you? I thought you
No,
might.
I wouldn't have got back up.
I got a few steps down.
And that's interesting. So what is this supposed to be here? Because is this supposed to be where she was kept?
Yeah.
Well, see, this is it. It wasn't meant to be a dungeon. It was just like the turrets on the others.
Yeah.
It's just the bottom of a tower. It's just, you know.
It's a room.
It's just somewhere to keep her. Yeah. So it wasn't a purpose built.
See, I'm really interested in those beams that should be there.
Mm.
See, I keep looking up there, like there should be these big, thick wooden beams, and they've got clothes hanging on them. So why am I seeing that? Like cloth hanging off of it.
Down here.
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
What kind of cloth?
It's like this sacky coloured cloth hanging off.
So do you remember what you told me last time about when they were babies?
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm seeing. It's just a sack kind of cloth. It's not sack. That's the colour. Like a linen. A linen that's pure rather than dyed linen.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if the women of the house would come down here and listen to the conversations that were going on outside. So I'm almost getting that feeling here as well, as if it's not a bad place, it's a private place. Because that's what remains, is just the stone space. But I'm getting wood floor, I'm not, I'm getting stuff on the floor. It wouldn't have been like this. It's not your traditional big moat, but there was water there.
and there's
That vibrated.
there's flagstones.
Oh, did it?
Yes!
Oh, right, wow.
I didn't just put my arm on that, it vibrated.
It vibrated.
Wow.
It would have been like the guards' tower to man the ramparts, but I don't think they would have come down here. It would have been the floor above that would have been their station. So this was just like the lower.
So what
the
year is Wolsey from? Cardinal Wolsey. What year is that?
No,
That's Henry VIII.
Henry VIII.
That's Ted
Henry
Wolsey.
VIII era.
Well, that's interesting because Henry VIII is the link to
Jane
Seymour.
Seymour.
Right?
Yeah.
I just heard Cardinal Wolsey, so I don't know if you ever visited.
So, but
I'm hearing Cardinal
that's
Wolsey.
another thing I wrote down.
Cardinal
I
Wolsey.
don't know if this is connected. Was War of the Roses. Do you understand
War of the
that?
Roses.
That's the
Oh, right.
Tudors, yeah.
Right.
Right.
So that right there is what I was told last time. Was when I said there was like not a battle, but there was something going on here. It was in that time.
So yeah, that was prior to Henry. That was Henry VII.
That's really
That's how Henry VII became king, by defeating
okay.
Richard III to wipe out the
So that would
Plantagenets.
have connections.
So,
Well, not at that time. It was only Henry VIII, his son.
But the
Henry VII's
Pomeroys
son.
would have connections to that. Do you understand?
Possibly, right.
Right.
Yeah.
So this, we're here in a place what has so many historic connections with separate people.
Yeah, see, this is what they call in the tower, this bit.
You see that? This
So
is
going
somewhere.
upwards. So that is the
Yeah, I don't
guard
know what's
room
saying,
or
really.
whatever.
I think anybody sees it thinks it's going to be cold, isolating, it's going to be horrible, because that's the image your body tells you.
I don't feel so.
But the reality is, you'd had
There was a fireplace
fire.
here.
Yeah, you've got fire, you've got
Toilet.
lookouts. People would be on lookouts just looking out the windows.
No, up here's interesting.
Again, you've still got different levels, look.
Yeah, it should
Another
be another level
fireplace
up
there.
there.
Not as grand as the rest of the building,
No.
which suggests this was an older part.
It's a bit weird feeling in here, isn't it? I'll tell you what I feel like.
What do you feel like?
I feel like there should be a floor above me. People would have been walking it.
But you said, yeah, I don't
Like
know.
this. So I don't know if there were.
Oh no, they would. Well, there
What are
would
they
be.
called?
No, this.
There's windows there, so there won't be a floor above.
What
There will
would
be
they
a
be
floor,
called?
yeah. There'll probably be.
Well, like where the guards go.
Archway?
Guards.
Chris.
Read it.
Yeah.
There was a wall above. I just felt like a woman in a dress going, you know, like
Oh,
you
really?
do,
Is that what you're picking
running
up?
through, but there's men walking above.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you can see that's
Wow.
always been the thing.
Well done,
People
Christy.
playing- When they come here,
I'll get you
they
that
see
cake in a minute.
White ladies walking along the ramparts. So
I
was
felt
a bit,
like a lady,
How are they going to
though.
see someone walking here from outside? So that, yeah, there must have been a higher.
When we came up there from that tower, I felt like a lady. As soon as I stepped here, and I started to feel like I was a lady in a big dress, and there's people walking above me.
But this is all uneven anyway, so this should be lower anyway. If you look, it's lower down there.
Yeah.
So it's higher, but I'm saying the church, the
it's-
church door,
It's all been changed.
it's different.
Little bits of foliage here with red bits on.
Is it there or is it here? There's like a hole there as
Well, you-
well.
Red brick.
But why would it cause that fluid?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything to do with the foliage myself. It wouldn't. So I don't think it would cause a red sort of like.
I took a million photos that day, and
It wouldn't cause a red misty sort of shape, would it?
Yeah, see, look, here's some of the.
I know, and
red
I
ferrous
think that's what I
oxide.
looked at last time.
Yeah.
But I didn't get why it would show that. Not going right down to the floor. I'm Christine Mathews, and I'm a spiritualist and medium.
How long have you been visiting Pomeroy?
Well, it was probably 7 years, 8 years maybe. I came at night, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to maybe see the inside." I don't know why I thought there was going to be more inside than outside. And then when I came back in the daytime, it was just with a couple of friends, really doing the tourist thing.
Right.
I wasn't thinking about anything spiritual or mediumistic in any way. I just came in, I took some photos. One of them had an anomaly. But as I came around this area, I don't tend to read or press buttons on things.
Right,
I just
sure.
like to have a feel myself.
Yeah.
And as I came around, I could see these artisan breads
Okay.
or
Yeah.
fancy breads.
Right.
I don't know what it's called, pastries,
Right.
all sorts of unusual looking
Right.
creations.
But you weren't aware that this was the kitchen area of
I
the
didn't
castle?
even know.
No. Fine. Right.
But then obviously I was looking at these and I think, oh, that makes sense, right? That makes sense
Right.
now.
Yeah.
And as I thought, well, that makes sense, I was totally out of nowhere, was just this woman. And she said, "You can't be here." Just like that.
Okay.
And she had this huge wooden thing in her hand, and I don't know what that is. It was like, you know, the pizza oven scoop?
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of, but it was like this big wooden thing.
The long handle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
and
the bread.
as she spun around with that, it was almost as if she disappeared. And I was like, whoa. And oh, it's definitely a kitchen.
Right. Yes.
And then I then tried to find a sign to tell me
Right.
what it is, because the mind, to me, can create a story.
Right.
And you have to validate it.
Right,
So
sure. Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, I needed to validate that. But just sitting here feels really weird, I'm going to be honest with you. I do feel like I shouldn't be sitting there at all. This is the wrong place to be sitting.
Is it getting warm?
No, I'm very cold actually, which is quite weird.
Yeah.
The feeling I got was the heat and the stress.
Right. Okay.
I didn't feel a happy job.
No, I bet not feeding a whole castle full of people.
I just felt like, that would have been unbearable. I did have outside, on that evening, I had a woman kind of came at me, which was really weird. I don't get that very often. It's a rushing towards you.
So is this on your first experience
On
here?
the very first visit.
night, right.
And
okay.
she just said about the children.
Okay.
And I didn't know who she was, what she was doing there, but I knew she wasn't a lady or a...
Right.
You know, she felt like a worker.
Okay.
So I called her a nanny, which I shouldn't.
Right.
Because that again is wrong. I'm not sure what the right name is, but I shouldn't call her nanny. So they had like ladies in waiting, and I do think they had a title, but I'm not sure what it would have been.
Okay.
But very stern lady, hair and a whole lot.
Governess?
Maybe.
Right.
So to me, very teacher-like.
Right. Okay.
But not.
So was it babies you was dealing with, or older children?
It was all.
All age. Okay.
So I felt she was the family.
Right.
Kind of, I don't know if she taught them as well, because that's what I got from her.
Right.
So I don't know what sort of studying they were doing, whether it was Bible study or whatever they were doing. It just felt like she was there for the children.
Right.
But to me, that's a replay. That's not. She wanted to know where my gentleman
Right. Okay.
was.
Right.
Chaperone.
And that was the last thing she said, because she was asking. She said, "Are you here for the children?"
Right.
And asked where the gentleman was. But she was very protective.
Right.
Because of the way it came through me,
Right.
rather than
Right. So
standing.
she wasn't talking to you.
No, she did.
She did.
But
Okay.
not with her mouth.
Okay.
So as she came through me, I kind of got that. Oh,
Picked up.
I knew who she was.
Right.
So is that a replay of the past? I don't know. That's been really interesting because I've had words that have come in that I call them puzzle pieces. So they'll give me separate words,
Right.
then I have to make the connection.
Okay.
So Gainsborough was one.
Who's an artist?
No, that's
No?
what we thought, which
Right.
was really funny. And I said, yeah, like posh paintings,
Right.
and that's what I started talking about. And then I realised it was Gainsborough Hall.
Okay.
And I looked it up because never heard of it.
Right.
Never heard of it. Apparently it's in Lincolnshire. It's a very long way from here. That place is the link to the Seymours. So I didn't know that at the time. I was like, I'll be honest, I'm like, waking me up. That's how I do it, you know. And when I go back and ask, then I get given more. And that's when I started to get more of a full picture about who lived. Well, not here. This is wrong. Who lived in the house?
Right.
So the link to Edward, the link to Thomas.
Right.
I wanted to go to the house, and that's your link to Gainsborough Hall because that's the link to Jane. I'm not into history. I'm not into the royal family in any way. But I had a history lesson from the spirit world. And I went, well, thank you very much, because I did not know that.
But that's the thing. It's important that you remember or write down what you get, and then you can go away and do the research.
I do. Actually, what I did, just I said, Lee, please, can you message me that right now? So he messaged it to me, because my phone, I never put my phone on when I'm out. Doing, from somewhere like this. But even I'm not being recorded normally, but I don't want any information.
No, sure. Yeah.
I don't want the phone near me.
Right.
I don't want anyone to say, did you just look that up? Do you see what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
So it's in there, it's turned off, I'm not interested.
No.
What I learned on my last visit was that because it's called Bury Pomeroy, and I totally respect the fact that they did build the castle, they did. But it's not their land.
Right.
And that's all I kept getting last time was we stopped talking about the Pomeroys. And I realised why, because the Seymours own the land. And the Seymours used to think they were quite, up there. I'm going to be honest, I'm not the type of person that goes to these places and puts a hand on things and goes, I can feel this. I don't do that. I go there totally normal, totally open, like a tourist.
Yeah.
And if something happens, I'll question it.
Right. Yeah, of course, yeah.
But, I'll say, what do you mean? You have to give me more. There is somebody
Fantastic.
here with me, I know there is.
Oh, is there? Can you pick up on anything?
I'm in the wrong room.
Stay on this then. Let's see if Christine can pick up.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I'm looking for. You see.
I've gone straight to control.
All right.
Which is normal. You can see I go like ice.
Yeah, I felt quite cold as well.
Yeah,
when I come
yeah.
in,
You've gone
actually.
cold too.
Yeah. Sat in the shade.
Yeah, but it's not like cold today. So as I'm looking at that, ooh, okay, I'm getting all palpitating. So something's missing. I don't know if I'm standing in the right place. I just feel like there would have been a very ornate fireplace. I don't know how much that cost them, but I feel like it was way more lavish than they could afford. And marble, he's saying. I don't know if it's this side. I don't know if it's this side or that side. I feel like it's...
Well, the fact that it's an angle suggests that it wasn't just a normal straight up fire, because you've got here, look, these are almost like finished stonework, as though it could have been like a seat.
Yeah, no, I don't know why he's showing me that, but this is really, it's not your standard fireplace.
No.
And I know that a lot of old houses have these kind of fireplaces with a
hood.
But it's not like that. This is very ornate. It's got strange writing on. I don't even know why you're showing me that. It's the other side of this.
Great chamber. Yeah. Yeah.
So where's the other side that he's talking about?
That would have been through there. But yeah, I mean that is a pretty spectacular. And there you've got the
ornate stuff
in the archway there.
We've been coming here for 50 years.
Yep.
Since the children were little.
Okay.
The children now grown up.
Yeah, certainly have. Yeah.
We were quite surprised actually, because whenever we've been here, we've heard nothing or felt nothing but good vibrations and it's peace and tranquility, really. So then we saw the television program and saw how scary that looked.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, well,
that Most Haunted, is it?
Yes,
yeah,
Most Haunted.
I hope you're alright with that. Okay, it's freezing. It's so cold.
Freezing. Freezing. Is that natural cold or freezing cold? There is a draft coming. Is that? Is that it?
Alright,
let's finish up.
Oh my god. Okay. Cheers.
2 seconds. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Relax.
I threw back to the studio, and then all I remember is just thinking, I'll just have a little rest, and I just put my head on the table where we'd done the Ouija, and then everything went black.
So we came at night because we thought, well, maybe it changes at night, maybe the energy's different.
Yeah.
So we had a picnic, as you do, in the middle of the
on a day like this,
And still peace, tranquility, absolutely beautiful. But I had a feeling that somebody was watching us.
Yep.
Couldn't see anything, but I decided I'd point my camera over this way.
Okay.
Just over to the bushes, sort of about here.
It's about here,
it was just straight over from where we were sitting.
Yeah, okay.
And I took a photograph and was quite shocked at what I saw on it, really. It was a big orb with a man's face staring back at me. Some people say it looks like the Red Hound. It looks like the Red Hound.
Yeah, there is a lot of... there is a Red Hound here, because quite a few paranormal investigators have actually captured it on the grass.
Well, that was the other thing, because before I took the photograph, we actually heard a lot of dogs barking.
Oh,
now,
wow, that's
we are quite
interesting as
close
well,
to farms here, so obviously you look at that.
The sound does travel as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and we just thought, well, it's probably just the dogs from the farm. So it could have been, but who knows? But apart from that, I've heard and felt nothing but absolute true peace and harmony here.
Yeah.
Always. I've always felt very comfortable here, day and night. Never felt threatened.
You never get that malevolent feeling or that sort
Nothing
of
whatsoever.
sense of terror.
This is their home. And they come back here because they want to come back here.
That's right, on
You've got
visitations.
people here that are messing around, screaming and shouting and being disrespectful.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I think they deserve what they get. We're always very respectful. And I think that's the way
I can see that. Yeah, that's where you have to be. You have to treat people the way you want to be treated yourself.
Absolutely. And we're also very lucky that Becky's daughter is now, through her marriage, is actually a direct descendant of the Seymours.
Of the Seymour family, you were saying that.
So it's almost come full circle. We're very, very connected to
Absolutely
the place.
amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. See what you pick up on this.
This is Medieval Babes.
Here on Thursday with my neighbour.
Okay.
I was sat in a cafe and we had a cream tea, very naughty.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
And if I can just show you over here.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
So that we were sat in the cafe over there, on the table there.
Yep.
Just looked up at the castle, and the second set of windows on that side. At the second set of windows, I saw a hand.
Oh,
and
wow.
Then a flick, like a flick.
Flick, yeah.
They obviously wanted to get rid of something, a real flick. And I saw a black item fall, but it disappeared.
Oh, wow.
So it was either, I thought it looked like
really interesting.
A teddy or a doll or something. But
is that someone throwing something out the window?
literally,
Was it like that?
Like a flick.
Like
I don't want
flick.
that. Where's your camera when you need it? And that was in the middle of the day.
Because sometimes you're not always prepared, are you?
I've never seen anything else during the daytime, and that was a bit of a, oh, golly, look at that. But the item actually came out of the window, and it disappeared between the window and the next window down.
Oh, wow.
It kind of disappeared.
Oh, wow.
It's got a sudden headache, like right here.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Where's
it's usually a sign. Oh, right, okay, yeah. So it would be around here, around this area. But sometimes...
That headache of yours now.
It's still there, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Not as intense, right.
So what
is it?
was affecting you over there then.
Yeah.
It's a fireplace.
It's a fireplace, and it's really interesting because they said that Isabella was very well cared for. That's the second bedroom there. That I saw the hand and the teddy or whatever else come out from right at the very top of the second window up there.
So she would have had the fireplace.
And they said that she was always warm and well fed.
You said this was the first time you've been inside?
For about 30 years.
30 years.
Oh, 30 years, a long time.
So, when you've been inside, but all your stuff's been outside up to this point?
What I've picked inside has been outside, yeah.
Right, okay.
What she's drawn has been from home.
Well, you come as well, Lee, because your stuff has only been since you've been visiting, hasn't it?
I've never been before, yeah.
No.
I'm Rachel.
I'm Lee.
You're Lee? Okay.
First time Rachel's been here for 30 years.
Right, okay. But so when you came here 30 years ago, did you have a gift then, or you were just completely...
I had nothing.
No, right, okay.
So it's a bit strange to come this time and
right.
see so much.
Okay. So you've had visits here of a night time, just wandering around outside. Okay. Yeah. And so what sort of things have you picked up from those visits?
The pictures that I drew of like the cook, how the kitchen looked.
Right.
Because I tend to see things how they used to be.
Okay.
That's what I always get.
Right.
It'll show me how it was. Lady in one window, man in the other one. This how it used to be. I literally sat outside on the bench and I just know what I'm drawing.
Right.
Well, at home you've done as well. When we were over here the last time.
I did that one at home, yeah,
Right.
with the coach.
Because that's what they call remote viewing, where you pick on something at a distance.
I got the cook called Flora.
Okay.
And when I picked up on her, she had one of the young lads give him a clip round the roll because he dropped things on the floor.
Okay.
So, bit of a warning.
Right.
But she was very stern and a thick neck. But I think I got that when she was young, like carrying milk.
Right, okay.
You know, the thing.
Yes.
Yolk.
Yes. Yeah.
So, all this is just
Right.
muscular and stuff.
Has Christine seen that picture? Because she has picked up on the cook as well.
I don't think so.
I don't think you showed Christine it.
No.
Yeah,
No.
maybe
That'd be
I just showed
interesting.
Christine.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Just a sort of like dress that I picked up. I like nobody in particular wearing it. Just
Was that a cross?
yeah,
So is it like a sort of nun
cross
type
around the neck.
figure?
I suppose it
With
could
like
be
a-
because I had all this in black.
Right.
But
And like a hood.
yeah,
Yeah. And no names with that one.
not that one, no, because that to me that was just like an outfit. And I've got two separate rooms in the kitchen,
Okay.
and coming through here, and then like through another archway into another part. But I got that there was another part as well, and that one is it's like a drawing room.
Okay.
And I got like literally a couple of chairs and a table. There's nothing else in the room apart from like sideboards and things.
Okay.
But there's I put a sideboard there, but it's more likely a fire. Especially having just been in there and just seeing the layout as I've drawn it was a tad freaky.
But even the doors are in the right place. Where you look at it, that door opens like that, and that way like that. That would be the door going in and the door going that way. So it fits the room. As soon as I saw that picture, that's what I could see. But
What's that side there?
It's like another sideboard or table, and you've got like the candlesticks and like silver plates and things laid out on it.
Right.
The last one, this one I drew. Literally at the last minute, it was getting so dark and so damp.
Right.
I literally had time to just scribble it.
Right.
But I got like the kitchen on the left, the house on the right, and a walkway in the middle with columns.
Right. Yeah.
And that's not something I remember from 30 years ago, believe me.
Yeah.
And then I sort of find out that there was a walkway between the kitchen and the house. I walked down it.
you put the backwards, didn't you?
Yeah.
How long have you been able to draw then as a psychic artist?
Probably about 10 years ago, didn't I? And then I've just stopped for ages.
When we come down in the evenings, it's usually more, the energy's much more down with the car park. I remember saying about the wishing tree.
Right.
The wishing tree is more of a hanging tree. I know there's a hanging tree somewhere down there, you say, but I've definitely seen hangings there, and you can feel it. I remember saying last time about coaches that we go back like processional. I thought it could be to do with celebrations, etc. But whether it's heading towards the hanging tree, that feels much more actually that it could have been to do with that kind of thing. The energy down in the car park is a lot more electric than it is up in here. In here it's much more historical, you feel the ancient time, the older times. Outside you feel much more activity. I feel more activity outside than inside.
Right.
When it comes to cold spots, movement, sounds, we see black shadows on the driveway.
What did I get?
Smooter.
Alice has a surname B. I'm looking around the 12th century.
Yeah, I can have a look at that.
She's very religious. She had her head hung and she's holding a rosary while she's crying at the window.
Yeah, okay.
I got 2 shields.
Yep.
I wasn't going to attempt to draw a horse, but it's got a horse rearing up. These are what I've just picked up as I've been walking around. I think she's very aware because when we were here the other day, she sort of, she seemed to look where we were.
Oh, was she? Right.
So,
okay.
I think she's definitely aware that there's people here. And I think somebody had an injury to the stomach, because I could see their stomach being tended.
Yeah.
And sort of like bandaged and things. It's almost like
oh, wow.
A sword or something.
Right, okay.
So I've got an injury in the stomach. Oh yeah, I had arrows coming over
picking
the
up
wall.
arrows coming over from the wall over here.
Oh, anything to do with the arrows in your picture then?
I don't think so.
How
So
many?
I want the arrows in the picture are part of a heraldry.
Right, okay.
So it's up to the coat of arms. Arrows coming over the wall.
Oh, right, okay. Over
But
in the
I'm
background.
also getting, I heard the phrase, they're buried where they fell.
Just going to-
I got Edward Seymour, but I could see him riding along in armour.
Okay.
Isabella, but she showed herself as a young woman in her 20s rather than a child.
Oh, right.
I got the names of Robert and Charles and Le Pomeroy, and I've got outside these walls, I've got some stocks.
Okay.
As if, but I don't get that it was like for the villagers. I get that that's for if anybody misbehaved in the house,
household,
like the
right.
boy dropping all the things. If he'd have carried on doing that,
Right.
I'd been outside in the stocks.
Right.
I've got a servant called Polly, and I've got a man called Albert, but he looked after the horses. I also got a Percival and a small boy called Thomas, the name of Mary, and I've also got a fire that end, but it wasn't sort of like it was going to burn the whole house down. It's like the candle caught something, and it literally affected 1 or 2 rooms.
And so where do you reckon the musket fire was coming from?
Over there.
So is that where you
Sat
had
on the
yours?
bench over there,
Yeah.
so
Well, we get
But
that.
from a distance?
yeah,
Yeah.
It wasn't like really loud,
No.
but it
distant, yeah.
wasn't even like I could imagine it. I actually heard that.
Right,
That was loud enough for me to like.
right.
Wow, what
And
was
it
that?
was like being fired in volleys, one shot after another?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It went about 3 or 4, and then another 3 or 4.
Right.
I've just been over there. I could sit on the grass
Yeah?
thinking, what are you making me sit here for? And if you look
What?
around, it's everywhere.
So, sorry, you're saying something made you sit there?
Yeah, I just can't.
Odd, but do you remember when we walked in, there was a woman with like long reddish hair sat
Oh, yeah, I
in
noticed
that
that.
same
Sit
spot?
there, right. I literally sat there and I'm like, this is not good for me, I won't be able to get up.
Right.
But they said, look, just look. So I just
Right.
sat there. So I was watching you guys and I realised it shouldn't really be. And then a lady stopped randomly, I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that, yeah, she was
Yeah,
talking to- yeah.
yeah.
No, it's weird because I don't remember seeing the other woman get up and go.
Yeah.
And the next minute, you're sat there.
Yeah, it's funny,
It's
isn't
like,
it?
what? Where?
I didn't see anyone sat there before.
Right.
That's interesting, David.
Was she on the right top? Did you?
I didn't see it.
I saw her.
Yeah.
I didn't see her. Did you see her? No.
I didn't see it.
So when I sat there and that lady came over, she said, I've never been here before. I've been meaning to come here. And she had this whole conversation with me about her first visit here.
Right.
You can imagine how it used to look, can't you? And she started to go into detail about how she thought it looked. And I thought,
Oh, wow.
well,
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
you know, your energy obviously attracts people to you. I know it's a lovely day and we're really enjoying the day, but can you tell us a bit more about your experiences here?
About my experiences in the spooky castle.
Yes.
Okay, well, I first came to Bury Pomeroy in the summer of 1987 when I came down from drama school. My first proper job, as it were, was at the Palace Avenue Theatre in Paynton. And in those days, or ever since I was little, my thing was, whenever we go anywhere new, I'd buy the local ghost book, and then I'd get out a map and I would ring all the places mentioned in the book. And when we were on family holidays, I'd say to Mum and Dad, that's where we're going. And I did exactly the same thing when I came down to Devon, and I was very excited when I realised that I was living on the doorstep of Bury Pomeroy Castle, one of the most haunted castles in the country, allegedly. So the first chance I had, I got a group of the other actors together, and we went for a trip up to Dartmoor. We walked up Sharpie Tor, which was the first tour I ever walked up, and we then had a meal in the Foxtor Cafe in Princetown, and when it was dark we came here and we walked down the lane. So the first sight I had was of the gatehouse silhouetted in the moonlight, and then I was hooked. So I used to come here quite regularly. One of the first experiences I had was with my family, and we were in the range part of the building, and all of a sudden we started to hear gunfire. But it wasn't like modern gunfire, it was like musket fire. It was like sort of firing in volleys, sort of one after the other. And we could all hear it, and I didn't go in. I should have checked if we could hear it from other parts of the castle, but we just stayed where we were, and we could hear it all the time we were there. And when I started doing research, history books say that there was never any battles here, no sieges or anything. But at Dornafield, there is evidence that that was besieged during the Civil War, because they actually had cannonballs embedded in the wall. So I believe that what we were hearing was a reenactment of that, just travelling on the wind just down the valley, and we could all hear it. Not only that, but I've also heard the same thing at night. Okay. So it's obviously something that reoccurs, and Rachel has also heard musket fire today, so it's obviously...
It's like a replay, yeah. That's interesting.
Yes, one of the things that does happen here. And the other main thing that I experienced was when we were one of the last groups allowed to come in to do an overnight vigil. Friends of ours had set equipment up, and we were covering sort of quite a lot of the area here. But as we walked down the steps that we're sat in front of, I looked up at the windows here, and in the bottom left-hand corner, there was a light on. And as I looked at it, it sort of was shut off and disappeared, as though someone had closed a door to shut the light out. And obviously we know now that there's no floors here, no doors that would have been active.
And I've not spoken to you before today, but I saw a candle lit in the front window. The last time we came, I did mention it looked like it was coming from another room. It
was either snuffed out, or it was like someone had shut a door and you couldn't see
it.
Yeah. Since '95, I've been running my own paranormal investigation group called TIP, Torbay Investigators of the Paranormal. The idea is we have public meetings, and people are invited to come and meet us and share their stories. And there's two places that people have always got a story about. It's either Jay's grave up on Dartmoor, or it's here. And people just come here and they share, all their stories. There's flowers there, look. We're starting to get the pinks and the blues, which are the same colours that are in that dress.
She said at the time when she took it back in March, she said there wasn't any flowers there at all.
Yeah.
So
a bit further down the picture was taken. It's odd that the colours are there in this part of the... So people come to our meetings and they would share their stories. There was one lad who came along, and he said that during his parents' courting days, they came here and parked up in the car park. Interesting how you were able to come down here at night, and during an intimate moment, all of a sudden the whole car vibrated as though someone was shaking it.
That's amazing.
And they couldn't get out of there quick enough. And a good friend of ours, Maya, her first experience here, again having no prior knowledge of the place, as she was coming down the driveway, she could see a person wearing white up in one of the higher windows, and her first thought was, what an odd colour to wear to visit a dirty old castle, to be standing there wearing white. And it was only when she obviously got inside that she could see it was a ruin and there was no floors for anyone to stand on. And then she realised that she'd seen the lady in white. The two main characters you get here is the woman in white and the woman in blue. And the woman in blue is supposedly searching for a baby that died. Either it was hers or someone else's that she was looking after, but it was either killed deliberately or it died. And one of the stories is that you can hear the sounds of a baby crying coming from amongst the trees. And this woman in blue is in search of this child. Well, interestingly, I met a gentleman the other year who'd come to one of the talks that I was giving up on the moors, and he'd gone out of his way to come all the way from Paynton to visit me up on the moors on the basis of an article I'd put in the local paper. So anyway, he turned up with his family and he wanted to share this story with me about Barry Pomeroy. And he's an electrician by trade, and he was employed one winter. So it was out of season, the place was closed down, but he was working in the toilet block at the bottom of the driveway. And he sort of was coming out at the end of an evening when he'd finished work, putting his tools in his car, and this woman wearing a blue coat came down the lane towards him carrying a baby, not in a rucksack but in her arms. Now this was like in the winter, so the place was closed, no one was sort of, obviously it's a public footpath, but still in winter, carrying a baby was a little bit of a weird thing to do. Yeah, and he said she walked past him and went off down the path. Wow. So it's interesting how you've got a combination of the blue lady with the baby, suggesting that she's now found it and they're reunited.
How long ago was that, David? Can you remember?
Was that... a while ago, I think. I can't remember the date he said, but it was only last year that I met him.
I'm fascinated that people are picking up the same things, different experiences.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that we don't know who they are, though.
No. But again, the history books will tell us one thing, but then folklore tells us
something completely different.
And the idea is that when back in the days when buildings like this were first built, the way to get your building on the map was to big it up by giving it all this sort of folklore and legends.
Oh, well, it will bring people, because there's a mystery.
It raises the status. Yeah. And then when you get a place that is so infamous for that sort of thing, then you're obviously going to attract people that want to get involved in that sort of thing. Yeah. And so as soon as anything, the slightest odd little thing happens, it's the ghost, it's supernatural, it's all weird.
Yeah.
It's all happening Barry Pomeroy.
Barry Pomeroy, yeah.
But when you actually come here, yes, it might be slightly active still, but it's not the big stories have always been told about this place, even before the castle was built. So there's something about the energy of the land.
The land.
Yeah, the idea of ley lines and the water
really
below.
Yeah. Because last time we were here, I picked up on I kept saying the Burries or the Berries. There's been 4 places with that name. So not just Barry Pomeroy, you've just said one, Denbury. Right?
Yeah.
And there must be 2 others.
Slightly different spelling. It's that energy.
Yeah.
The castle. Yeah, the castle was built here because they wanted to build it here. You can only see it across the valley from Dartington Hall.
Yeah.
And like you said, you're not out to find them.
I like to go and
do find them.
Be in places that have history, because it is history.
When you get like a medium that's doing a platform at a theatre or a church. When as soon as the idea goes out there, that's going to happen. All the loved ones start to tune in. And we've often had visitors to the theatre, and they'll say, well, I've had this spirit with me in my car all day. They're desperate to speak to so-and-so, and they'll just latch on and they'll come with you wherever.
So obviously myself and Lee, I mean, we do a lot. There does come a point where you have to say, as much as I love spirit, and I know I am spirit, and I know that, I'm not going to die and become it, I'm already it. So that's my belief. So we're all spirit, and if that's true, then of course we can connect.
Because you can't destroy energy, so even when someone dies, that energy from that person
exactly. I'm going to skip.
I like to see it that we're all like spiders at the centre of our own web.
Yeah.
Get a book a minute.
Oh dear.
That book's about.
Yeah.
It's
Like spider web.
the nature of everything.
Right.
I'm going to give you it. Just read it and throw it back to Matt or whatever at any
All right.
point.
Okay.
I'll have a look,
It's
yeah.
about 7 grids. 7
Right.
grids. I'm calling them.
Straight away, I've got why.
Oh right.
Why?
That's what you're picking up on, are you?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Why? And I've got her sat here.
Oh, she sat there, is she?
Looking out of that window.
Looking at that window. Oh, so you're picking up on
I've
that?
got some long, dark hair.
Oh, are you?
Like quite curly, wavy hair.
Oh right, she's over there, is she?
Yeah, she's sat there.
Oh right. Oh wow.
So she's looking through that window.
Does she know we're here?
I don't think so.
No?
Because she's not turning or anything. Not just like looking through the window. She's actually looking for something.
Looking for something.
Somebody.
Right, oh okay.
I want to say somebody.
He went down with some others down the back.
Okay.
I went towards a car park with Jill, and as
Yep.
he's going down, he told me that someone was following me.
Oh wow.
So
Interesting.
we took some photos up there, then we came here, and then we went down there. We sat,
Yep.
and we heard footsteps,
Yep.
and again by that tree was the burning smell.
When the smell down there, yeah.
By the tree.
By the tree, yeah.
Which is what we smelt when I was there with Trina and Nick, because they smelt it as well.
Okay.
Right beside that tree. So we just sat and listened, and you can hear them going through the trees because of the leaves and that on the floor. And also Nick heard the whispering when he was down by the gate.
Yeah. So down by the gate.
Yeah.
The gate as you walk down there.
Isn't it? It's fascinating. That's the first time I've heard that as well from Lindy, but all in that area.
Yes, there's always things going on. We had freezers turning off the other day, and
Oh, wow.
that was the weirdest thing. I checked the cake in the morning when I
Yep.
got some cake out,
Okay.
and literally my partner went round to check it about
Yeah.
5 minutes later, and there was a bite mark out of it.
Oh wow, bad
And they're
mark.
undercover, and that did.
Oh
it was
wow.
like,
Yeah.
okay.
Do things
we
like
always
that.
had problems with the lights.
Yeah.
This is why we had it all.
Oh, right.
When we ever talked about a ghost,
Yes.
the lights would flicker.
Do you-
Always.
Yeah, do you
And
still
that
have a
was-
chef here called Yeah,
Yeah.
he actually had an experience when he was here one evening and he was ready to go home, where he got into his car, he didn't even put the key in ignition and the lights came on by themselves.
Yeah. We were always having problems with the electrics. But
Oh right.
lots of photographs when they've got home, they haven't come out on the cameras and stuff.
A lot of my friends have actually taken photographs and they
that's
come
what
out
they've
blank.
said.
Yeah.
That's what they've said.
Oh,
Their phones
right, wow.
turned off.
Oh, that's
So,
amazing.
yeah.
I think the reason, because obviously we've just had a conversation in the cafe.
Yeah.
And the workers in there have activity going on.
Sure.
Which I find amazing. Spirit's so clever.
Yeah.
But I think the reason it's so active in that area is that's the original route. That's the man-made new one. So we keep forgetting that everything's changed. It was just me and Lee to start with.
Okay.
And we walked all the way down the pathways.
Yeah.
And when I went down towards the gate there,
Yeah.
I said, oh, that's interesting. And Lee said, what? And I said, over there.
Over
and
there,
I pointed
right.
that area
Yeah.
to the wooded area there, which is very overgrown. And it was daylight. And we took photos, but we got nothing. And then, as it got dark, we sent Nick, I call him Nick,
Yeah.
we sent him in there, into
Yeah.
the bushes.
Okay. Oh,
Because
bless
he
him.
was so brave, and
Bless
I
him.
sent him in. And then Sam took a photo for me. I said, can you take a photo, because my phone's not brilliant.
Okay.
And he took a photo, and we saw some pixelation going on the right hand side of Nick.
Yeah.
So we told you about it.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
You'd gone home, and you had your new trainers on.
Yeah.
And you went in where we told you it was. And as you went in, I took a photo.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
And you disappeared.
And it disappeared,
And I'm looking at the photo, and I'm looking at you. And I'm thinking, no, Matt's definitely not wearing a ruff around his neck.
Certainly wasn't, no.
It was a very good photo, but it does resemble a Seymour.
Edward Seymour. It does Edward Seymour, yeah, because...
It resembles the clothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you were just wearing a t-shirt. So you have no beard.
I don't have a beard, no, I don't have a ruffle, no.
My logical brain is it should be Matt on the photo. But my spiritual brain was excited because I thought that's why we were picking up an interest earlier on.
Interested, yeah.
I mean, everybody's going to have an opinion on photos.
Yeah, of course,
I'm
yeah.
Totally
it's all about opinions, isn't it?
To all opinions,
all interpretations,
all everybody's comments.
Of course, yeah.
But I can tell you now, it should have been Matt showing on that photo.
Yeah, it should have been me.
In his 2023 clothing.
Definitely.
And it definitely was not
And
Matt.
it wasn't, no.
We just walked down, and it's only a little way down.
Yeah.
You can see that it looks like the band stuff there.
Yeah.
So we just kind of walked down past that. So that's where I sent you in.
Oh, it was over here, yeah, in these bushes here. Yeah, this is where I went in, folks, just through here, and I went all the way in to the very back.
Yeah.
And
but what's really interesting is I won't walk down there because it's quite muddy. But if you look at that gate there,
yeah,
there's some really old stone in the ground, really old rock.
Sure, yeah.
Which would have been an original pathway, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
And if you cross this field, across this way,
yeah,
you'd be at the mill house. Bizarre that we found someone hiding in the woods.
Definitely, yeah. Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, but the photo, you took one photograph, didn't you, Christy? It was just one photo, was it?
I don't take photos in general because the truth is my phone is not brilliant.
No, it's an old Samsung, but it still works, doesn't it?
And I have to take it out of the case if I'm going to use a flash.
Yeah, of course.
It won't work otherwise.
Yeah.
It should, but it doesn't. And that's basically what happened. I took my phone out, and that was the phone.
And it was right here, right through those bushes there, everyone.
Yeah.
Alice. That's what the Devon and Cornwall Paranormal investigators picked up
Yeah, this is
in
what I
April.
picked up on last time. Alice.
Oh, Alice.
Oh, well, that's
really
the
good.
one that I see up in the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have seen her there.
Are you sure it's today?
Yeah.
Oh, right, which window's that one? Can you remember what window?
Top one.
The top one? Yeah. So is that on the right hand side or?
On the front facing bit.
Oh, the front facing bit, right, okay. There we go.
And you know what I call the drawing room, the picture that I drew?
Oh, I see, yeah.
And I said to you,
right.
it reminds me of Sir Hampton of Wick.
Now, it could be the one in the picture as well. You know, the picture that I took just inside the courtyard. It looks like him, doesn't it? So
I've just linked into him in what I call the drawing room because I asked to be shown the building how it was, and I drew this drawing room, which when you go in you'll see.
Yeah, the one at the back.
The layout is I shocked myself, but I had him come through the other night when I was sat at home, wasn't it? I was talking to you.
Oh, you did, yeah.
And I says, there's a man in there. I said, it reminds me of Kenneth Connor in Carry On Henry.
So I want a whispering gallery at the top there.
Okay, what sort of windows?
Sorry?
Oh,
on the top windows, as if people could just listen. They are the whispering gallery up there, or they stand up there and just hear what's been said.
What's been said down here, yeah.
There's treachery. I'm being told about there's treachery here.
Treachery here
against each other.
People like two-facedness and things like that.
Yeah, but it was major treachery going on. So they were literally dropping people in it. They would sell the information.
Still happens today, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they would sell the information for recognition. 1674, I don't know what that date relates to. There's a Margareta as well. I'm getting the name.
Margarita.
It's got to be linked to Spain. I'm sorry, you keep saying France. Oh my God. Margarita of Austria, Queen of Spain.
Oh yeah.
1611.
So she have connections with Barry Pomeroy, did she? Morning, perfect morning for it, isn't it?
It is.
Absolutely. You all right?
It is, Matt.
How you doing, all right?
When you came in, did you smell anything?
Not really, nothing.
Go back.
Yeah, nothing distinctive. It smells like an
Walked right into
yeah, it smells like sort of.
It's the second time we've walked into
Yeah, nothing distinctive.
Yeah, right here.
Just I can smell like old, but like I don't know, smells something, but there's nothing that I. Because obviously someone's been in here.
No, this was just here.
No,
oh, she's here.
It's the same place.
Oh, is it?
Same spot last time. Did you set those birds off, Lindy?
No, I might have done. Well, I've gone faster, but I can't reach them. I didn't.
Yeah, your hands are quite cold,
really
aren't they?
Cold, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good sign.
Slightly, yeah.
It's a good sign.
Good sign, yeah. Usually is, isn't it?
There's something going on.
Probably, yeah.
I
would say that you probably find that maybe Seymour, Pomeroys, spirits are still around, aren't they?
Can you hold door, Matt?
Oh yeah, let's get the door in there. Yeah. Well, I love those stained glass windows, don't you?
Yeah.
You just think how many years they've been here.
So the Pomeroy's a Seymour window.
Yeah.
So if you look at the bottom, it's in. That's a lovely window.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Love that window.
Oh yeah, at the top is the coat of arms.
Coat of arms at the top there. The Lord redeemed the soul of his servants, and none of them that
trust in him
shall be desolate. Right.
So obviously that's their window, and their coat of arms again is in front of you.
Yeah.
Hanging there with the altar.
There we go. Wow.
And then you've got the tomb. I mean, that's just amazing, that tomb.
Oh, that tomb, yeah, the Seymours, yeah. They got the best
and the
tomb,
children are. There's my baby beside her, obviously, on the left. That's quite
Try not to get too.
So you have the little baby there.
Oh yeah, little baby there.
And then you have the little girl there. but below, and I did have to read the information about this bit that's on the table. But that's their sons and that's their daughters.
Oh, right.
They like to have kids.
Oh, did they? Yeah, oh, they certainly did. There's a lot of kids, didn't they? A lot of daughters.
They didn't have TV in them days.
No, so they had kids.
It's really interesting. The Seymour tomb is so grand.
It's so grand, yeah. I think it had to be, really, didn't it?
The Pomeroy tomb has been defaced. To your left is their pew.
Is there a pew, yeah?
Where they would have sat this one.
They would have sat over here.
Don't make boxes like that anymore. 1756.
1756.
It's an old box.
It's an old box, isn't it? I don't know what you'd find in there. Unfortunately, you can't actually get access to some of the books because they're all locked away.
Access it now online and sent it.
Yeah.
But they've taken a piece of it here and printed it out.
Right.
So if you read that, Roger, no surname, who lived about 1000 AD, was the first of the Pomeroy race. Then it tells you further down about the village in Normandy. Where they lived. Roger is credited with 4 children in the French records with a calendar of documents. William Capra was a large benefactor to the Pomeroy Abbey of St Mary in Normandy. His children were Sir Adolphus de la Pomeroy.
Yeah, that's interesting. But they still spell Pomeroy, obviously, the way we spell
Pomeroy.
it. Yeah.
No.
I mean, if you look at the last paragraph.
Yeah, and then there's Pomeroy.
Yeah.
William the Conqueror. And there's St Michael's Mount.
Oh, yeah.
Part of our investigation at Bury Pomeroy, obviously we need to know a bit more about the history of the place. Not just the hauntings. So we've invited along a very good friend of mine called Bob Mann, who's Tottenham born and bred, and he has written many books about the castle over the years, and has his own publishing company now. So we've come here to sort of pick his brains and find out more about the history of the place so we can compare it with hopefully some of what the mediums pick up on during their visit here as well. Bob, we have known each other for many years now.
We have.
And we used to come to some of our tip meetings. And we've also done several very interesting days out here as well with people. So your knowledge goes back to when you were a boy.
Yes. And I first came here in 1968 at the age of 9 with my mother and sister. And I still remember it vividly. And it was a very interesting experience, and I did become slightly anxious about the hauntings because that little yellow book on the ghosts of Bury Pomeroy Castle had just come out that year. It was on sale for several decades after that. But the main stories in there were about the White Lady and the Blue Lady, obviously. And I did become anxious after that about, I worried about anyone coming here because I didn't want them to see the ghost and die, which seems to be a perfectly reasonable concern, and it still does. But it wasn't until later that the place really began to get into me and to haunt me. And my mother wrote an article for the Thomas Times, and she liked exaggerating things. It's, getting towards being a short story rather than a straightforward article. And this was picked up a year or two later by Peter Underwood, who used it in his book, A Gazetteer of British Ghosts, which is still a standard work. He told the story in a way that I thought was really misleading. He had us walking around sedately by our mother's side instead of running around romping. He had us saying it was horrid and we had to go home. Now, we didn't use words like horrid, it was far too genteel for us.
Yeah.
And I don't remember anything like that happening. But that's the story that got around, and of course it's now famous. The two children who said it was horrid is part of the lore of the castle. However, it doesn't mean the place hasn't haunted me ever since, in all kinds of ways. And I do understand the fascination that it has for people, in fact the obsession that people can have. People do get obsessed with it, and they come here until something happens that sends them away and they never come back, or they study it and photograph it. I met somebody once who said that he had his whole house decorated with pictures of Barry Pomeroy.
Oh, right, wow.
And even people who don't see what all the fuss is about will then talk about the place for the next hour. So obviously there must be something that even they
I would say so.
Picking up.
Going back to this book then, Bob, was that out before you came here, or you read it after you came here?
Because my mother worked for the Thomas Times and it came out earlier that summer, she might have been given a copy to review, and that's why she decided to bring us out here.
Right.
Shortly afterwards, that makes sense to me.
So had you read it before you came here?
Not before coming, no,
Right.
I hadn't seen it, but I read it while we were here and soon afterwards.
But were you aware of the folklore attached to the castle before you came here, or
No,
it was just an old ruin that you were being dragged along to visit?
Well, not dragged. I was always interested in...
Right.
She liked taking us to these places, and I was always interested.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of anything much about it before coming.
Right. But were you aware of the concept of ghosts and places being haunted at that?
Oh yeah, must have been. Well, I've always been interested in local history and folklore and traditions, and this is one of the main places in South Devon. But I did have that, I won't say obsession, but it's certainly a strong sense of connection with the place. Although I wasn't always attracted to coming here, I was always aware of it. As I worried about people coming here because I didn't want them to see the ghost and die. And
so did that worry make you do anything about warning people off it, or it was just something that was in your head?
I just didn't like to hear that somebody I cared about was coming here. Yeah, I did dwell on the stories and the traditions. The idea of, I tried to avoid names like Eleanor and Margaret, which are the names traditionally given to the ghosts. Unfortunately, they weren't trendy names when I was young, so I can remember one Margaret in my year, but there were no Eleanors.
When did you start to study more about the history of the castle then?
Well, I collected every guidebook and everything I found about it. And later Derek Seymour's book, which came out in 1982.
Yeah, which I've got that one, yeah.
The first one he did, about the castle in
Jack Hazard, yeah.
And came here in about 1982 or 3 with my then partner, and we walked around to see what English Heritage had done, because it had been closed for 2 or 3 years while they did the excavations and the restoration of all this. Here it was exposed, because when I first came it was all like that with this mounds of earth and tussocky, and all this was unknown. Seeing it after that restoration was interesting, and I expected to hate it because of all of that work, but I didn't. It didn't make any difference actually.
So back then it was just a free-for-all, you just come in and look around, there was no charge to come in.
It was always English. It was English Heritage by then, before it had been the Ministry of Works, so we'd always had to pay to get in.
Even back in the 60s?
Yeah. point is, going back to 1982 when I came here with my then partner, although I didn't mind and wasn't bothered by all the changes, I was concerned, the unreasonable fear, which is the commonest experience that people have out here. You know, suddenly they're walking around quite happily and suddenly they've had enough and have to get out. Now, I've felt that on many occasions, but it's never for myself, it's always for a female loved one I happen to be with.
Yeah.
So I feel that if I don't get her away, something awful's going to happen to her.
Yeah.
Are you getting those feelings
Sudden
now
fear.
as Barbara's here with you? Is that why you wanted to come close? No? Okay.
I say it happens all the time. I'm just saying, I have experienced it on several occasions, and usually the person I'm with feels quite pissed off because she doesn't feel anything and doesn't want to go at all. But I feel something awful will happen to her if we don't go. That's not every time.
No? Okay.
And I have, on one occasion, when I was writing the book about the place in 2011 or 12, we came out here with a dog and went down the path to go down to the lane, and I said, look, I can't go any further, I can't go along it today. And Barbara's going to go on. I said, well, if you do, I don't think I'll see you again. So I believed that, and so we didn't go along. Most times I've walked along there with no trouble at all. Every time since then, in both directions.
And how did the dog react?
Didn't at all.
Didn't at all. Oh.
Oblivious.
Okay.
You know, in the book I researched a few years ago, I looked into the legends and the stories. Now, St. Margaret's Tower, for instance. English Heritage for a while were a bit coy about calling it St. Margaret's Tower. In fact, they didn't like calling it St. Margaret's Tower because they didn't think the girl in the story deserved to be a saint. And I pointed out that it wasn't named after the girl in the story at all, it was named after St. Margaret, which is why it was called St. Margaret's Tower, which it could only have been called before the Reformation. So, who was St. Margaret? Well, in medieval England, she was responsible for protecting women in childbirth. Maybe the Pomeroys used the tower, or part of the tower, for women giving birth. My theory was, and it is only a theory, that the Pomeroy women would give birth in the tower, and then she had to be isolated for some time, about a month. Then she was churched, which meant she had to be brought back into the fold of Christianity for having committed the sin of giving birth to an unbaptized child. If the gatehouse, or the top bit of the gatehouse, was used as a chapel, then her first journey after giving birth would be along the ramparts wall between the tower and the chapel. It is one of the commonest experience out here is unreasonable fear. The second commonest experience out here is not one that's mentioned very often. In fact, it's hardly mentioned at all, and I think it should be. And that's one experienced by women who very often feel tensions and discomforts that they should not normally at that time be feeling, but they do.
Yeah.
Now, I think this should be known purely as a warning for women. Don't come here at that time. Just beware that you might feel it anyway. Because I don't want people to suffer. So I think that should be
health warnings,
not propagated, insensitively. But I try to put it as sensitively as I could. But it is true. I've talked to people who have had that experience.
Yeah.
Said it earlier in the cafe, I'm convinced that it's not the castle itself, because the castle is not actually that old. I mean, there's no evidence of it being here before the 15th century. Architecturally there's no, and archaeologically there's no evidence of any building here before the 15th century. So it certainly wasn't a Norman or early medieval castle. So there just isn't the time for a lot of the stories to have happened. Because we're talking about the end of the Middle Ages, almost into the Tudor period. It's not just the castle itself that people feel is haunted, it's the whole area around the village.
The whole area, yeah.
The valley below and the woods and everything. And
Definitely.
I've heard it described as a cloud that just descends on the whole vicinity. So it's more than just the castle, it's the whole area.
It's the whole
I think
area,
when the Pomeroys did actually build their castle on this site, they realised fairly soon afterwards that they made a terrible mistake and this wasn't the place they wanted to be. So they got rid of it as soon as they could. They sold it to some people up country who'd never heard of the place before. And they didn't last long either. Now, Derek Seymour, who's no fool, told me in 1990 that he believed it was the ghosts that actually sent both families away.
Wow.
Other reasons have been given, but they're excuses, basically.
Yeah,
Seymour's,
that's amazing.
Were living too far from London where they wanted to be based, so they moved to Wiltshire instead, which was easier. And the Pomeroys backed the wrong side in the Proud Rebellion and had to sell it. Well, yeah, but I think both families were relieved to get away from it, because I think that the psychic phenomena was too much for them. Because Edward Seymour was, when he bought the place, was the most powerful man in the country, because he was the protector during the childhood of Edward VI. But he fell out with the rest of the government and was beheaded. So his sons and grandsons, didn't want to be at the centre of national life anymore. So having a castle in remote Devon to retreat to and quietly just get on with life was a good thing for them.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Sure.
It's widely believed, and I go with this theory, that a lot of the folklore doesn't derive from local stories and traditions at all. It derives from long-forgotten poems and novels by long-forgotten authors. And the story of Pomeroy's Leap first occurs in Mrs. Bray's book, Ralph de Pomeroy.
Oh, wow.
Why did they actually pick here? Is that one of those mysteries? Because, like you said, it's not defensible, and it doesn't sort of cover the whole area, sort of 360.
I have come up with a possibility of that as well, because when the Pomeroys were building their castle, and certainly when the Seymours were building their house inside it, the biggest, one of the most important houses in Devon was Dartington Hall. Over in that direction, and without the trees, you could well have seen it. Now, I found out at Dartington a few years ago, there's a little road that takes you right to the White Hart Bar. If you look from there across the valley, it's one of the few places in South Devon where you can get a sight of Bury Pomeroy Castle. Because most of the time, unless you're in front of it or in it or down below, you can't see it. And I believe that it was a deliberate challenge on the part of the Pomeroys and later the Seymours to challenge the Champernownes at Dartington, all of whom they knew and were interbreeding with. So I reckon they were saying, who can build the biggest house? The other thing I've noticed, I don't think I've looked into this, but many haunted sites are on limestone. I think there's something about the stone that attracts it. I've noticed certainly in Devon a lot of the most haunted places.
But also there's a lot of residual energy here, isn't there, David? It's like in a loop, that keeps repeating itself.
But a lot of that dates back to when the castle was here. It's kind of like what would have caused that sort of psychic, sensation here prior to the castle. Why would a stone building, regardless of the stone tape theory, maintain the spirits and reenactments of something that didn't actually happen here? That's what is a bit of an anomaly.
It's not really known one way or the other, is it?
They aren't reenacting the stories, or is it we're just assuming that's what they're doing?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Because a lot of people...
If there is energy and entities around here, they probably, if they're stuck here for some reason, and I don't personally go with this, what the hell are they doing? Why are they hanging around anyway? They died centuries ago.
Yeah, that's the idea of the stone tape theory, that it's playing back something that did happen here.
Well, yeah, I know all that, but there's no historic evidence that anything like that did happen here. I mean, imagine that tower, named after Saint Margaret, not any young girl called Margaret Pomeroy. This was a major estate for the whole of South Devon. It was a really important place. People apparently held their lands from a room in St Margaret's Tower, according to John Prince, the vicar of Barry Pomeroy, in his excellent book, The Worthies of Devon. So they're using an estate office upstairs. They might have used it for women giving birth as well. You don't want a crazed teenager starving to death down below, do you? He's going to put off the
really, no.
Yeah.
Definitely not, no.
Yeah.
People do. Yeah. People see the white and blue ladies, whether they've heard of the place and the stories or not. They are experienced, so there must be something going on that's nothing to do with the history of the building or any legends that have developed. And the version of the legends that we know is mainly from that little book published in the 60s by S.M. Ellis. Well, that's only the versions that people have heard and read in the last 50 years.
Yeah.
Because before that, they're doing different things, they're wearing different colours. The names Margaret and Eleanor are confused. In one book, it's Eleanor who starved to death, and
Margaret, yeah.
She wasn't starved until the mid-60s. Before that, she was kept in prison. Not fed, but she actually lived and survived. She only died from starvation in the 60s.
So again, the idea is that the two sisters were in love with the same guy, and one of them imprisoned the other and to try and get her out of the picture.
That's what the folklore is, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Yeah, but it's
look, I'm in charge. It's my castle. You're my younger sister. I want him tough. Stick her in a dungeon and starve her to death, for God's sake.
Yeah, but then where's the family? Where's the parents? I mean, the parents would have. She wouldn't have been locked in the dungeon and starved in there, because the parents would have known.
Everyone in the area would have known.
Yeah.
The earliest reference to a white lady ghost in the tower is from 1875. So what they were saying and writing before that, I don't know.
If we're saying that this feeling of some psychic entity predates even the building of the castle, it's like what caused that? Is there any records of there being a well or a sacred site that could have predated the building?
Not here. One of the mysteries of the place is where they got their water from.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Often there's the
must have been
stream in the valley.
You don't build a place without sinking a well, do you?
I wonder if that's what the idea of this tunnel then that Lindy saw was.
I just don't believe in tunnels.
No, but maybe that's a way to get into the valley. If that was their water supply,
there might have been, this idea that all these old houses and castles and monasteries were all linked by tunnels. There might have been a drain that somebody uncovered. There's a tunnel.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah, people might be.
I think it's actually even less physical than that, because after the Reformation, certainly with old abbeys and priories and monasteries, they often owned farms and estates all round the area, and people remembered there was a link, but they forgot what the link was, so they invented the idea of a tunnel. So this is how the monks got to the
it's probably
farm. Well, why would they need to?
Hi, so we went to the castle, Bury Pomeroy, in 2005 for the first time I went. My husband had gone prior to that. So my first experience, when I went there after we got the tickets, I went to the toilet area, and the first thing I noticed was an eerie presence around that area. There's only one cubicle, so it couldn't have been anyone else there, but I did feel a presence in the toilet, and I need to repair the room. I didn't feel safe staying in there. So that was the first thing I noticed. And then we got to the castle area. I got to the part with the courtyard. Luckily my husband was behind me, because I saw what looked like a monk swooshing around the room and like anti-clockwise motion, but it was solid, jet black, grey on the inside, because when he come towards me I nearly fell backwards, so luckily my husband was behind me, because it was solid. I couldn't see through it, so it felt like it was going to hit me, but it was about here. It wasn't like too high. And then we were taking photos and we saw what looked like birds flying through walls, so we was checking for windows and gaps, but they didn't. They just disappeared through the wall itself, which was... So we tried to check everywhere, and we managed to discount some of the birds activity, obviously in the areas where there was a window, but the ones that we couldn't see a window or a gap, it just disappeared through the wall. I'm still to this day, my husband doesn't know where it went on the other birds, because obviously the first one surprised us the most, and then it just kept sort of repeating. I don't know if anyone else noticed it that day, but everyone was sort of looking at the castle, we was looking up, so whether that was how we noticed it. We have been back since with the family, and we have experienced tapping, hearing sounds and things like that, so I definitely recommend a visit, 'cause there's something definitely present or in visitation there. So yeah, it's very good. Just go with an open mind, and yeah, you'll have a great day anyway, because it's a lovely castle. So
as I walked up those steps just now, all my breathing become really...
Really?
Yeah,
oh, right.
100%.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's... you've heard that before, but...
It could be, yeah.
We walked up 4 steps.
So, yeah.
And that's not a lot of steps, but...
It's not a lot of steps,
walking across here,
yeah.
my breathing was... Something's just happened, I don't know, but I don't normally get out of breath that quick.
Are you asthmatic?
No.
No. So that gives it credibility.
In 2010, I come down here and was looking around the castle, and then I decided to go down St Margaret's dungeon. So I come down, walk down these stairs, just looking around, as everybody does, just looking at the brickwork. Looking around like so. And as I turned like this, I noticed like a silhouette of a lady with her, what caught it as well as the hands in the air going like that. She was furious. Wow. She had the waving hands, and then I watched her hands come down, white mist. She grabbed something, to me it looked like a penny, Matt.
Penny, right, okay.
And she's shaking it like this, shooing me away.
Shooing you away, yeah.
And then
what are you doing here?
Yeah. And then the hands would go up again, and she was furious. I was in there.
Yeah.
And this was like, it felt like only seconds, say 4 or 5 seconds. And just watching her movements. And I could make her a face, a cheek.
Because it was like 10:30 in the morning, Sunday in 2010, wasn't it? So, and it was drizzly,
like rain outside.
Oh yeah.
It was lowish light, 10:30 a.m. I remember the time on my watch, and that's the conditions outside.
Okay.
And like I say, I've come down, and what I witnessed, I looked into it. Obviously, knowing it's rare to see a ghost spirit.
Sure.
I just scanned into what I was looking at, and I could clearly see the features of her face. It was all like a white mist, but I could make out everything. The dress she had on. So smoky type thing, but you could see it all.
Yeah.
And shooing me the way she was with her petticoat. That's the only thing I can come to mind of petticoat over a big dress. Can I add, Matt?
Yeah.
Can I add, my arms are literally freezing.
Are they?
To the point where it feels like it's burning me.
Really?
Yeah, just sat here
just now, right.
Yeah, just sat here now.
Yeah.
I'm looking down at my ears as you were speaking.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sensing that myself, but that's probably, that is a sign.
Yeah. Right on both my arms.
Both your arms,
It's not that cold, it's summer.
And it's not that cold at all, because I'm actually sitting, because you're sitting by the window, and I'm sitting by the window, and I'm not cold at all.
Madness, isn't it?
We've both got t-shirts on.
My older brother, who I'm afraid has passed away now, but it would have been better to have it first hand from him, but he worked for English Heritage, and he was here at the time when they were restoring this place, him and his mate actually, and his friend actually uncovered and discovered that painting that's on.
Okay, yes.
So it was at that time. Yeah. And for my brother, he's a big, strong, beefy sort of guy, local guy. Anyway, he had experiences then that came to him or whatever.
Just here in the castle or
Yes.
elsewhere as well? Just here?
Yes, in the castle. One experience was when he was talking to someone. He was just working away. And he started talking to this guy, and then his workmates came along and said, "Oh, who are you talking to?" And he said, "Well, there wasn't anybody there." So he said, "Well, I was talking to this man about things." He doesn't know now what exactly that was. And another time he was working, and I don't know which area this is.
This is the courtyard, isn't it? This area. That area's the kitchens over there. That's where a lot of activity's been experienced.
Well, it was an area wherever he was. He suddenly had this came over him as if he's in another time, and it's not just another time warp. There was things going on, but there was also the smell, and there'd be smell like of horses and smell, that sort of smell.
Oh, right, okay.
That came over the whole place, so it was like a time warp smell of this thing.
So when he said stuff going on, did you actually see people
Yes,
moving
he's
around?
like living in that.
Right, okay.
Sort of, and then he's out of it again.
Right.
So I know, as a child, he would sleepwalk. So I just always felt like he's sort of in tune with that somehow. It will come to him because he's also at another time. I think he saw a child in blue, he said about.
Okay, alright, child in blue.
Yeah, not an adult. But I can't swear on that one. The only other thing I had, it was like, I used to come home from Newton Hospital at night, and one day I couldn't get back because the road was blocked, accident or something, and I had to divert off. And so this is 10 o'clock at night in the dark, and I didn't know where I was going, but I had to get back to Totnes. So I was winding around, didn't know where, whatever. And then I started coming up, and I thought, oh, I don't like this much. Where the hell am I? And it was all trees and everything, and I started coming up this hill, and then my electric sort of started to, I thought, oh no, I'm going to cut out here. Why? It shouldn't be. But anyway, it then went on, and then I came out and I realised I was really close to here, otherwise I'd been even more scared, thinking I was going to be breaking down in the middle of any woods that's around Pomeroy Castle.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that was that.
Okay, I'm currently in the dungeons at Bury Pomeroy Castle. I'm just going to do some calling out and see if I can get any responses. Is there any spirits here present? If you'd like to make yourself known, a knock or a noise, or show me in orb form if you can. I come here with lots of love and respect for the castle. If you could make a noise, or throw a pebble, or try and knock or touch me, so I know that you're here. If you could make some sort of noise, that would be brilliant. If that was you, thank you very much. Could you do that again for me, please? If you could throw a stone, that would be lovely. I just want to chat to you. If you could make some kind of noise, I would very much appreciate that. Thank you. If you're a female, could you do that again? Is that down the steps? Are there any spirits here present? If you'd like to make a noise or show me in a ball of white light, or even throw a stone, a pebble. Was that a knock? Could you do that again for me, please? Is that a pebble? Could you do that again for me, please? Could you throw a pebble at me or knock?
Scooby Boo Explorers are not the only paranormal group to capture evidence of activity at the castle. If you type Berry Pomeroy into YouTube, you will get 50% tourist videos taking you on mini tours of the estate, and 50% videos from people who have experienced or recorded phenomena at the castle. Everyone featured in this episode has given Matt permission to tell their story, but that's only a fraction of what's available online to analyse and discuss.
See, I'm not picking much up here.
No.
What I am picking up is it's a completely different vibration to the
to the castle. Yeah.
There's a lot more civilization down here. There's a lot more general sort of normal
Day-to-day things down here. Yeah, it's just general normal sort of day-to-day occurrences. Right. Yeah.
I want to be in there.
Green rooms.
Yeah, I just see a lot of activity here.
Oh, have you?
Industrial activity.
Oh, right.
Tents and things like that.
People have picked up quite a bit.
There's stuff going on here.
Oh, is there?
I can see like the old woolen machines.
Oh, right.
You know what they call when they thin the wool out. It was the whirling machines.
The spinning wheels, right? Oh yeah.
That used to be a storage there, wheat or something in there. Lots of horses and carts. Stables will be around here somewhere. Just people just having a good natured life.
Oh right.
And they'd come down this track from the castle.
Yeah.
Because that track goes back up to the castle.
Back up to the castle that way, yeah.
Right, and that's where you used to take all the provisions up and down. Every other 2 days.
So basically, they used to come down to the mill house
used to take stuff out of the castle, the empty stuff, rubbish, whatever.
Yeah.
Bring it down here.
Yeah.
It would be disposed of here.
Oh right. Okay.
All right. Even.
You'll see them up and down.
Yeah, and then they'd turn around and they'd load up with new provisions, which would be water. It would be because there was a way of getting water up to the castle.
Yeah, because we wondered that.
It was mainly in caskets.
Oh, was it? So
there's no natural source up there. Even though there was a pond up there.
Yeah.
There was water up there. It wasn't. Well, I think you used to drink quite a lot of it actually. But yeah, every other 2 days they'd come down here and they'd replenish. But I also get mead been drinking down here.
Oh, I picked up mead up
there. Mead, yeah. Mead being drunk
mead.
and
when you said about wine, I got mead.
Yeah. So the water would come along the top back into this and room. There's something.
Oh really? What?
Yeah,
in that,
there's a man in that room there.
Oh right, just here.
Yeah.
What in the? Oh, that
on the
room.
right hand side here, where just where Mann is. There's a.
Oh, there, right.
Where
okay.
the windows are. There's somebody in there. People picking grain. I can see like a white bag around their left shoulders. And
Oh,
they
can
pick
you?
up the grain and put it in the bag.
Oh right.
Which would be for that. Which would be to grind in the mill.
Wow.
They used to grow their own grain here.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. I can see barley wheat and all the grains being made.
Oh, that's interesting.
They used to pick it themselves, and they used to pick it. They used to get a bag, and they spend all day, just gone picking grain.
Just picking grain,
and then
right?
Come back, yeah.
And
it's not very nice.
No.
Her name's Elise. She used to steal grain.
People used to do that, you know, to get by.
She'd put some in her little pockets, in a little dress in the pocket.
Oh, did she?
And she'd take, and they'd smash it with rocks.
Oh, right, wow.
To make the oats.
Yeah.
And that would then form bread. She was filthy.
Oh wow.
Filthy dirty.
Yeah.
Covered in headlights. She was a hand.
Yeah, she was a hand.
She wouldn't live here. She didn't live here.
She didn't live here, no.
I want to go for. She used to be like that way.
That way.
Maybe like Compton, maybe that sort of area.
What year are you
Two
getting?
brothers as well.
Yeah. Oh, she had two brothers as well.
Yeah, two brothers as well.
And did they work here?
They used to stay at home when they were younger, but then when they're about 6, they used to come along. And work
come along and work here as well.
I'm getting about 1275.
Oh, 1275. The year 1275, right?
Yeah. Such a hard life.
It's just such a hard life, right? So
yeah,
she's not hostile.
Now saying, well, you've got all this and I had that. It's that type of attitude.
Exactly.
It's the same as when we walked in here. It's like, what are you doing here? It's like, go away. You know, you don't belong here. I feel sick. I actually feel quite sick. Just gonna see if we can go in a bit more.
Yeah.
2 women coming with me down here.
Oh, 2 women, right?
2 women. You aren't going to believe this, Matt.
Yeah.
Getting Matilda.
Matilda?
Yeah.
Oh, right, wow.
Getting Matilda and Mary. Yeah, there was secret talks going on. There was actually a lot of discussion going on down here.
Yeah.
A lot of things talked about away from the walls up there. Very discreet conversations in that room in there.
Oh right, that room there.
Right, that's now been blocked up. They're a separate family.
Okay.
That the Pomeroys employed.
Yeah.
Because they're very scrupulous. They were very tight with their money. But there's a lot of discussions in that room now about what happened up there. So there was like a secret sort of.
Yeah.
It wasn't, but there was like a secret gathering there. Matilda and Margaret.
Matilda and Margaret.
Mary, Margaret, Mary. Yeah. Matilda and Margaret, Mary. Mary and Margaret. Mary for short, Margaret. But there's definitely the 2 names as well. A lot of people with disease. Actually, a lot of clothes being burnt behind me.
Oh,
in a big fire.
Wow.
I think that's later on.
I just got bless this house. Bless this house.
Bless this house. Oh, that's what you just picked up on, is it?
Bless this house.
Bless this house.
I can see lots of drinking going on sometimes, not parties or gatherings.
Right.
Away from the castle.
These 2 images depict a spirit or spirits that were discovered by the mill wall.
Right, we're at Bury Pomeroy, everyone, and this is the infamous mill house, which is below the castle in the Gatcombe Brook Valley. What you're looking at here is the the low wall where the spirit of the gypsy girl has been seen. Sits on this wall here, with her feet firmly pressed against the wall, dressed in old rags, black sort of spiky unkempt hair. Many visitors that have been here have actually seen her sitting on this wall and staring at them with great hostility.
Well, I've just been talking to a young lady called Catherine.
Yeah.
She's about 22.
Okay.
She's sad. She loved the horses.
Yeah.
I asked her why she was sad. She said she wanted it to be how it used to be. Got like a white pinafore on.
Oh yeah.
She actually touched my shoulder.
Oh, does she?
And she's been over in that corner, she's been over there, and she's been like over here.
Right.
And the EVP's going off like mad.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I've asked her to come and talk
Could
to
be a
us.
mark on the wall, that could be, couldn't it?
But it's not the little girl that everyone has been seeing. This is a woman.
This is a woman, right, yeah.
And she died with something in her stomach here.
Oh, did she? Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's not the little girl, is it?
Something.
See that fellow?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh right, yeah, he's got something on his camera.
That was in that door.
Yeah.
That wasn't there.
Angie Jones from Tittersham had an experience in the area of the mills a few years ago whilst on the visit to the castle. She had walked past the medieval watermill house on the track leading down to the sawmill when she noticed 3 figures in the distance. They were walking towards her on the track and appeared to be wearing old-fashioned clothing in dark brown and grey colours. Angie said they were also wearing hats and looked like a mother and her daughters. She had asked them the way to the woods, to which the mother gestured with her hands and pointed in the correct direction, but nobody spoke. The mother had dark hair and the daughters blonde hair, but Angie remembered their clothes close up looked very old-fashioned and a bit odd. She carried on walking a few steps and something made her look back. She was shocked to find that they had vanished completely. In our opinion, there is no way that they would have disappeared entirely from view that quickly, as it's a very long track down there. From the time Angie interacted with them and then turned back around, she should have still seen them when she looked back, or at least heard their footsteps on the ground.
I feel down here this would be quite dark down here.
Right.
I feel there would be. There's different energy from up there. It's down here. There's like.
It's changed.
There's like. I can't see soldiers, but they feel like soldiers.
Right.
They feel like.
It's like minions, isn't it?
Yeah, they're like mercenaries. You know, people that
Oh,
are
I see.
out
Right.
for themselves. And I see a lot of robbing going on down here.
Oh, right.
A lot of thieving going on.
So like maybe basically you'll get like what, like highwaymen, is that
Yeah,
kind of thing?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean that's probably a bit exaggerated,
Mm.
but it's definitely.
Got people sort of robbing you.
Yeah,
you
it's
probably
just
get robbed.
something that went on down here that's not right. This would be an outpost.
Oh, would it?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
This would be a thoroughfare here. You'd get stopped here and asked what you were doing here.
Really? Oh, along here.
This would be the main track through. Yeah, this isn't, and again, this is the old wheel side here, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, you are picking up on the vibe, yeah?
Heavy.
Quite heavy, like heavy atmosphere.
Yeah, heavy.
This is an outpost. This is where people would be just they'd stop. This is not good at all here. It's just evil. It's complete negativity, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's like there was people would hold up in here. I can visualise horse carts coming through.
Okay.
And all that sort of stuff, and they'd stand here and go, "You're not coming in."
Oh, right.
Unless you give us this or whatever. They would. Yeah. It's really.
Death has gone on here.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a lot of death.
yeah.
And I'm getting.
Yeah.
They're trying to hold my hand. They want me to
Are they?
save me,
Yeah.
get me out of here. That's what I'm getting.
I even see mutilated bodies being cut bodies up.
Yeah, oh really? Yeah. Get mutilated bodies.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Yeah, absolutely.
The reason for that, the energy's not good.
No. Behind us, there's people walking behind us.
Yeah.
Can you feel it? So honestly, this place here, something happened here. It did. They got stopped and they got pillaged.
You get them say, they're like holding my hand. It's like, save me,
Save me, yeah.
Oh my lord.
Oh, you can actually get. Oh right, that open, does it? I didn't know you can actually go in there.
It's like a cesspit, isn't it?
It is like a cesspit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can smell it and all.
Yeah, it's not good in here.
No.
I can see people sleeping in benches and haze and
right.
sort of stuff.
Imagine being trapped in there.
Broken into, haven't they?
I want to spend the night in there. So, well.
I'd come down and see what happened.
I just got the name Jeremiah.
So, you see the cut in the wall over there, look?
Oh yeah.
That's where the water used to come along the top there.
Oh, did it?
You come in on top of the wheel and drive down there and go back underneath here, back into the source of the river there. Yeah, so to summarise then, basically we've picked up the young girl, haven't we? That was...
Yeah. Elise, is it Elise?
Elise. I got the name Elise. That may not be her name. We have to remember though. Obviously, there's other energy there, so it might not necessarily be her.
No.
And I do get a lot of that at the moment. I do get a lot of people coming and jumping in, so it's just a name that pops in.
Yeah, it might not actually be her.
Also, there's people in the house there as well, which might be from their energy.
Sure.
So you have to take that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah,
I do get the name Elise. But yeah, she was about 12, 13 years old. She got found out still ingrained, didn't she? She smashed it with stones. And they make flatbread out of it on a hot. They never had a proper pan.
Yeah.
It was like a flat piece of metal or something they used to use.
Oh right,
They just used to use it. Yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah.
I can see you eating ash from the fire. You know, things like that. It's just it's horrible.
Yeah.
She was filthy dirty.
Filthy dirty, yeah.
Rags or a blanket over the top with a rope around it.
Purple
and a white bag. She had a white cotton bag. And it'll be a picker's bag. She said me it's a picker's bag. She'd pick the grain, put it in the pocket, pick the grain, and she used to walk along and they'd pick the grain off.
Yeah.
Bear in mind there are no machines then.
No, not in those days.
Just hands to do work, and they all go through the fields. There's 40 in a field, and they all pick them. And what she used to tend to put it in a pocket and then put a couple in it and shove it in this one.
Right, yeah.
And they do the same, and then of course over a week they'll accumulate more. But they found her out one day.
Oh, did they?
And I feel it wasn't because they saw us, because they went round to the house.
Oh, I see.
And how can you afford grain? How can you afford grain? It was the mill operator. How can you afford grain?
How can you? Yeah.
You can't afford grain. You're not getting. I didn't pay you last week or something. She had two little brothers that died very, very young, 6 and 7. Again, because they were just. It was. And then so that's the mill. I mean, and we didn't want to be. We weren't welcome there at all. On that bridge.
Because when you actually walk in towards a mill house, because this area here is a public right of way, everyone. So as soon as you walked in, I think you felt it, didn't you, Amanda? That you felt hostility.
There it is.
There it is, lime kiln there. Look, there's a lime kiln. Look, they closed it off now. Look, you used to be able to get in there one time.
And I reckon, remember that rock we took a picture of at the top of the castle?
Oh yeah.
I reckon it's linked to this.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Which is just there, look. I bet you there's a building up there.
Yeah, there's some caves. There are some caves here as well.
Yeah,
up there, caves. Yeah, look, caves. There's a lot of bats up there. Bats in there. It's amazing, though, isn't it? What you can uncover. See the caves at the back.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a quarry, isn't it?
Actually, people have been in there.
I bet you money, right? I've got a feeling that. I bet you some of those stones for the castle came from there. So the last time I was down here with Lindy, it was a couple of weeks ago, we walked down through the track.
Okay, yeah.
And walked around here, and I had a couple of students with me, Jess and Jill came down, that's right, and we walked along this track here, and all of a sudden, me and Jess is she's one of my students just coming through, we started interacting like we were a couple.
Oh, right.
Right, and we're having a conversation about
yeah.
what we could see, and there was two people behind us.
Yeah.
We were being chaperoned all along this path here.
Okay.
All the way down to the mill.
Yeah.
And it was like we were having a conversation about a fallout. It was more Victorian than it was medieval.
Yeah.
So.
But you had no reason to discuss it.
No.
No. So.
No, but it was quite bizarre.
Yeah.
Really bizarre, actually. So it was over a child.
Over a child, right? Okay.
I'm Sandy, and I've been investigating the paranormal for at least 26 years. Memory's getting a bit foggy now. When I first moved to Devon from the Midlands, met Paul. Saw an advert in the local paper for TIP, then moved down to Sussex and became part of Children of the City Paranormal. So we've now moved back to Devon. And haven't really done anything since in the last 4 years, have we, as such, you know, so...
And yeah, we've lived in Sussex for 18 years, and we investigated some very interesting places down there. Met young David here at TIP, and had some very good investigations there. I had a few health problems a year ago. I had to have a heart bypass, and it kind of puts things into perspective a little bit.
Yeah.
And we kind of want to go out and do a little bit more investigating again now, don't we? So
yeah, why not?
I feel fit enough to do it.
Again.
That was quite a night, really, wasn't it? It was quite fortunate, really, that we actually got in to do any kind of investigation in the first place. Really, we were the first. Yeah, we were the first and last. Yeah, most haunted got in, and that was it.
Yeah, they did.
Very interesting.
It's like getting that smell.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you smell? I can smell something.
I'm not comfortable here anyway.
No.
I'm not comfortable here
No.
all day.
What I'd like you to do, if you can pick anything up or sense anything, both of you or David, then
Well,
feel
I
free
don't
to
normally
speak.
sense stuff, but I'm very well aware of a smell at the moment that
It's
associated with.
Yeah, what
with
are you actually
death.
smelling? What can you smell? Like in
all morning,
It's like
to be
a
honest.
musty smell.
Musty sort
We
of
smelt it
old,
as we walked down.
Yeah,
old sort of
I
something
always
died under the sofa smell.
yes, I always associate it with finding dead sheep up on the moor. You can,
so you can
smell
actually
it,
smell it
on the air.
Before you see it, yeah.
You never know, do you? Here, to be honest, anything can happen, and it really
It's,
is. It really is like that. Anything can happen.
Back to that evening though, a lot of people experienced quite a lot of very, very different things, didn't
Yes, yeah. Well, one medium who was with us on the night sort of likened it to being in a crowded room, actually, but of all different layers of the castle's history.
Oh, right, yeah.
And she just like held her ears and said, "God, I can't cope with it.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's shouting at me at once."
I mean, I think that was one of the nights I didn't really pick up on very much.
You didn't, to be honest. No, you were having
I think
an
I
off
was
one.
too busy trying to look after everybody else.
Yeah,
make
so
sure
your
that
mind
everybody
was
else
thinking
was
about
okay,
everybody else
protected and
rather than
stuff.
spirit.
Yeah. He was in this area, sort of thing, wasn't he? And he said that a female spirit just literally rushed up straight in his face.
Yeah. Really
and
in
she
his
was
face, like she
shouting
was
at
there.
him, screaming at him, and he was in
amazing.
absolute tears, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think she'd shocked him for one.
Mortified him, didn't
Yeah.
But I think possibly, he was picking up on the feelings.
Picking on the feelings and the emotions as well.
She was very angry.
Very
She
angry.
was just so angry. She's just shouting as loudly as she can in my face.
But it's interesting to know whether in spirit they're aware of each other. Not just the
I'm not
living
sure the
they
layers
connect
are.
with.
I'm not sure the layers interact.
Sort of from my personal feeling is here you've got stuff that's also been brought in More energy-wise.
More
not
energy-wise.
necessarily
Yeah, things have happened here.
Things have happened here. Things have been done. You know, maybe,
Sure.
you know,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of dark stuff been done here.
Yeah, a lot of devil worship and things like that, and
A
then
lot of
Ouija
people have done
boards.
things that they don't know.
People
what they're
using
doing
Ouija
with it,
boards
and
here,
I
haven't
think
they?
It's kind of rattled the
Yeah.
energies almost.
Yeah.
And also, I think this has always been a site, even before the castle
Yeah,
was
yeah.
built. I think
Yeah,
that,
I
I mean,
think
you
so.
look around and the actual, its position in the landscape, it's in like an amphitheatre of hills.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
think
should
so.
imagine it was a very good place for like ancient worship. Over the years, we've had some, strange, like the strange glowing fog. 15 years ago.
15 years ago, was it?
20 years
Oh,
ago.
right.
We were in the courtyard outside.
Oh, the courtyard. Okay.
And it was, God, it must have been quite late. Early morning, wasn't it? 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
So it came from inside the
It
castle?
literally came.
Wow, okay.
And it just appeared.
Yeah.
And it drifted over the wall, down the wall, and started coming along the grass, and then stopped, and then went all the way back again.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
And then
isn't
did it again.
Yeah, and it did it again.
And it did it about 3 or 4 times.
So was this like
And
small?
then
Was
went
it,
back
was it a
and-
small fog, or was it a large? Was it?
It
like
was
a
glowing. It was glowing.
glowing.
The whole bank was glowing.
The whole bank of fog. All right. So it was just going over the wall, and then it was coming back over.
You could see it. It was very
No moon,
dark.
But the sky was clear.
And the sky was clear as well, right?
On the grass.
over there.
I would say.
Just behind the wall, folks, the grass, the greenery to Bury Pomeroy Castle.
Yeah, which to me it was not the right time for a fog to appear. Really, you
But it
normally
was
get
just in
them
that one patch, wasn't
as
it?
the year
It was-
goes on. You get them, don't you? But no, it was just just come over this wall and down, and then back over again. And then the
normally
last
you
time
see-
it retreated, never saw it again.
Right.
Oh,
Was it just the two of you here, or was there a group of you?
There was a few of us, wasn't there? We all saw it. Yeah.
Anybody film it?
It was pre-cameras, really.
Yeah.
Pre-mobile, certainly
Right.
pre-mobile.
Did you get any other sensations with it, or just what you saw?
It was quite a nice night there, actually, at that time. And then it just, some nights you come down here, or some days
You pick up on the atmosphere straight away, and it hits you in the face,
literally
doesn't it?
halfway down the drive, and you think, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you feel a bit. It's like an unnerving feeling, isn't it?
But I tend to refuse to do the bottom lane and to walk up the pathways. But that's what we used to do. But the wooded area all down the bottom there, and the lane.
That's
leading
quite
down to
active,
the
isn't it? Down the sort of the woods and going down to the bottom.
When we did the investigation here, Stacey had stayed for another couple of nights, and we drove down the back lane just to show them everything, you know, about the time slips and stuff.
Stu and I got out and
they
had a
got
walk
out of the
around.
car. We'd got the windows open, and suddenly, together, me and Stacey shut the windows as quickly as we could because we just felt this massive energy rushing the car.
Rushing into the car.
And
A lot of people have experienced
we felt
that.
scared. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not sort of embarrassed to say we felt very threatened. Literally, it was like, you're not welcome here tonight. And I felt very, very followed and heard footsteps coming up the back path.
A lot of people
behind
get
us
that on the
road.
driveway.
Yeah, and on the driveway, and the sound of horses and sort of blowing in the face.
Yeah, we were here unofficially one night, and this was again. It's that time of the night again, isn't it? Between 2 and 4, it seems to be the time when things start happening, and we heard the gate at the gatehouse rattle.
All right.
And this voice said, "Who's in there? I know you're there."
Oh, really?
I know you're in there.
Oh my God.
And rattled it.
Rattled it again.
Really rattled it this time. And then we got this tirade of, well, I'm not even going to repeat the language.
Abuse.
On camera.
Oh, you can do. We don't mind. We don't mind. So it's no holds barred here. You see.
I know you're there, you effing bees.
Oh my God.
It was rattle.
Yeah.
Stop.
Oh my God.
And this went on for a good 2 or 3 minutes.
So it was a black iron gate,
Nothing.
wasn't it?
And we
Yeah.
went-
Yeah. Oh my God. Wow.
And we all literally ran down the stairs there, and there was not a soul around.
Nobody around. no.
Nobody around at
And
all.
if you would have seen someone, you would have seen someone.
We were
wouldn't you?
looking out of there.
Yeah.
We were looking out of these little openings.
There's no one playing a prank or anything. Just,
Couldn't see anything.
Before or after they started having nighttime security?
Long before that. Yeah. God, yeah.
This is all going back
This
sort of
is
20
20
odd years ago. Yeah.
Well, nearer 30 years ago.
Oh right.
whilst you were here, were you quite quiet? Or were you making a noise?
No, we
or?
were just stood here.
Yeah, just chilling out, just taking it all in, the atmosphere and that, and then
to me,
all of a sudden...
you think you'd hear people milling around down there if there was anyone
you'd know, wouldn't you, if there was
really
somebody.
Quiet.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget that.
And it was just the one voice.
Just the one voice. Yeah. And then nothing, and then we rushed down there, and there's literally
nobody there. Nobody there at all.
Because if 1993 was 30 years ago, it was before that. Then.
So it would have been probably the 80s. Yeah.
A few years ago.
Well, you've been
my
coming
God.
up since the 70s.
Early 70s. I first came up.
And I know since I first started coming up, which would have been 96, 97, wasn't it? It's changed physically quite a bit. You know, they've built bits up.
They've built it up so you can't come in.
Stuff.
You know,
it's
they've
changed a few things
these days anyway. Climbing.
But and I think it was more overgrown out the front.
Have you heard of many people actually seeing apparitions during the day? I mean, were there reports?
There was
people seeing apparitions during the day.
I think somebody had an experience here on a Sunday. They were walking around. This is going back a while, and a gentleman came up to them and said, what are you doing here? You know, you shouldn't be here, really.
How long ago was this? Was that?
And it was, I can't remember even who it was. It just come into my head. It was almost like he was dressed up as a storyteller would be, or something like that. And
in period.
Clothing
sort of thing.
And then he walked off, and they said, that was weird. Who was he? And they never saw him again.
Oh, wow.
And it was like, was he someone? Was he a spirit? Was he
a spirit, or
but they
was he?
They were here for 2 or 3 hours, and they never saw him again. Which
could have been the gatekeeper.
Because they remember him. He was in +4s, but almost like a
because there was a gatekeeper here as well. So it may have been the gatekeeper.
It takes a little while for the energy to build again.
Yeah, it's almost like a generator where the energy builds to a point, it releases,
and then
maybe that's some of the residual stuff.
Because there's residual stuff going on here as well.
It's
affected by the moon. The fuller the moon, the more active.
Well,
Again, most people associate seeing ghosts with the dark. You wouldn't think to come during the daylight and take.
This was what I always felt made this place quite unique. Really, was the fact that you could come down here in the middle of the day when there's people around, and you could have a paranormal experience.
With it.
Just wanted to go back to the night that we all did here together. My overriding memory is you had a little gadget that was put in the stairwell, and that kept making a noise.
Yes, it was an EMF.
That was the EMF meter. Yes, Tri-field.
So we were up here in the gatehouse, and that was over there. So when it went off, it's like, why are we bothering? Because no one knows what's making it.
One of the chaps who did a lone sit-in there, didn't he?
It was
Dean.
chaos that night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Dean did a vigil in there, didn't he, on his own for a couple of hours, and he accused everyone of coming in throwing pea gravel at him.
Oh, did he?
No, we were all in there. You were on your own, mate. You know, and he could hear him tinging it in the railings, plus the tri-field meter going bonkers.
He was getting a bit aerated, was he?
But it's
just a bit.
Like, this is why I don't sort of try and incorporate gadgets into what I do. Because that was a good example of trying to mix the gadgets with the mediums. And it was all going a little bit.
But we both felt dizzy in the Pomeroy house, down by the big fireplace.
Down by the big fireplace, I know it,
I felt it as soon as I walked up to this main front building, actually.
Oh, wow.
The whole world sort of did a flip.
I think it's mostly...
Very random. It's very random here.
The sun's out and we haven't seen the sun for ages.
So it could be that.
It is very random here, though. You can have the feel, I don't want to leave here, it's lovely. And then other times it's like...
You don't sense
sometimes
nothing.
we wouldn't even get out of the car.
No, you think...
Get down park up. No.
Not tonight, Josephine.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
So if we came in this way from Payton, up towards the castle, I can't do that way through all those woods.
Right, okay.
The vibe for me is too bad.
Yeah.
Headaches start instantly.
Their experience of things has always been, I mean, if a spirit wanted to move, we were quite happy to help it. But if it was happy where it was,
that's the way it should be.
We're not going to force it.
Yeah.
Spreading. Let's feel.
You can smell, can you?
Because you've got perfume on, yeah? Because I'm getting wafts of that. Sorry. Yeah. And then
it's not overpowering, don't worry.
It's overridden.
I don't think much of
It's nice. It's nice perfume, actually.
It's actually known commonly as a sandy cloud, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's nice perfume, but
perfume enters the room before I do.
I don't know. You can smell it's like a musky smell.
But,
yeah.
No, but but you can smell that. But then this just comes.
Yeah.
It is wafting. It's bizarre. I was chatting to Lee and he was saying how he'd not really been here before, and as he's talking to me, I couldn't tell you what it was, but there's all sorts of stuff coming very, very close. So I'd be interested to what he said.
Yeah. But this bit that we're on now, there's been quite a few pictures taken over the years, and there of
Yeah, not by us.
Figures. No, we've never.
Oh yeah, there's
hundreds
on
anything on camera.
Hundreds.
Never.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever got any EVPs. Have we?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, we'll keep looking at that.
Yeah, I do. I always want to take photographs.
Are you actually picking up on something? Are you?
Yeah, she's quite active today down there.
Oh right, so Margaret.
Yeah.
Oh right.
I like self-preservation.
Oh right, so so that's what you probably picked up earlier. Is Margaret.
She can be a bit in your face.
What's your thoughts on Margaret? What have you always picked up with regards to Margaret? What kind of a person do you think she was?
She was done a great wrong. I think also it's a case of she's not residual. This is interactive. It's almost like she doesn't want to hear the truth. Really,
she doesn't want to hear the truth.
I just remembered something else from the evening we did here.
Oh, brilliant!
Before it got dark, Stuart was sat down there, wasn't he?
Oh God, yeah.
And as he's coming up and around the twisty bit, he saw a woman's feet and bottoms of her skirts.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, that
on
was
the
on the steps of the tower.
On the steps of the tower, so
and
that's
also
down there.
later on in the evening, he was sat down there on his own. He was down there for a good hour and a half, wasn't he, on his own? And he saw a top half of basically a body, no head.
Yeah.
Just the
torso.
Just the torso, just the upper part
with
of the body.
like a basque type. So the
old. Oh yeah, I know.
Like corset thing.
Yeah.
No
right.
bottom, no head.
No head. Just the top
floating
part.
Torso.
Oh wow! So when was that? Was that a long time ago? Was that?
Yeah, that was on the investigation night.
Oh right! Oh wow!
Yes, totally forgot about that. And he come out. He looked a bit pale, didn't he, when he come out? He said, "You won't believe what I've just seen down there."
Yeah. Again, didn't capture it on camera. Just
he was just sat there.
Meditating.
So he was. Yeah.
It's sometimes you get to know the place and you sit there and
you sit there and you just relax and just sort of like just relax and don't pay too much attention to it, but just let it absorb you.
You can be with a group and quite often you can peel off on your own and it's you who gets
I don't agree with solo vigils.
the experience. I think solo. You should have somebody
unless
with
it's on
you.
camera.
Yeah.
I think there's also an energy form as well.
Multi-spirits, multi-layers, layers of history going on.
But I don't think it's just here. I think that anywhere.
It's the whole area. But you've got a mixture here. I think you've got certain residual energies.
Yeah.
I think you've also got
intelligent energies, haven't you? So they can actually communicate with you. So.
And again, it's whether the person perceiving it accepts it or believes it.
Yeah.
A lot of people just dismiss
I was saying earlier that I wonder how many. There was a lot of young children around today. How many of them have had paranormal experiences?
Yeah, because children pick up on it. Children pick up on it more than adults do. So it's just. All right.
Okay. I wanted to come and investigate this because I wanted to see what was going on here. Now, There's a definite fallout up there.
Oh, right. There's a definite fallout up there.
Some have discovered.
Okay, yeah.
There's an illegitimate tile.
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you? Come on. There's 3 women in there and a younger daughter. She's about 12, 13, 14. A little bit older. Hard to tell. It's really dark up there.
Right.
I can see lights up there, as in the flames, because they used to carry them around. But this up here will take you outside. This would be the room in through here.
Oh, yeah.
I feel this would be the room into this bedroom here, and that would take you outside. Definitely a woman, a little girl was pushed at that third window, that first window.
Oh, the first one, right.
Pushed
Okay.
it, right. And go and look more of it. It feels like also now this was an opportunity, an opportunist.
So is there a reason why she was pushed out the window? Is it
fire?
Oh, it was fire, right? Okay.
Fire.
So it wasn't anything. It wasn't malicious. So she was just pushed out because of fire.
There was a fire and she got pushed out.
Oh, right.
But also there was malicious because she was an illegitimate daughter.
Oh, I see. Right.
This woman who pushed her out, and it is not Isabel.
It's not Isabel. No.
Not Isabel. And it's not her mum.
No.
It's. I feel this would be a sister of this daughter. Okay,
Right.
this daughter.
Okay.
I'm not getting a name. I'm not getting a name because all I'm seeing, and I've just seen the actual thing happening all the time, is this woman is connected to the wife of one of the Seymours.
Right. Okay.
Okay. And I don't know what the name of the Seymour is. The latest Seymour. The last one, the Seymour that was here. Thomas. I mean, I don't know the names.
Yeah.
But I get third. I get the third Seymour. It was the wife of the third Seymour. It was her sister. That child was illegitimate. The other two, the other 3 girls that were there, they died from inhalation. But one managed to get out. And she fell down here. She survived.
Okay.
She got pulled in around the front and put in into a bedroom somewhere on the lower levels, and she died from her injuries. I can see internal bleedings. I can see nose bleeding. She landed on a field. She landed on this side.
On that side, right?
Okay,
yeah.
but it was more of the she came down in because I can also see. I can see the roof caving in. Basically, it's a doorway. So if you can imagine, do you remember?
Oh, was it?
Do you remember the game? There was a game on television years and years ago. It was a space game, kids game, and I can't remember what it's called. They used to step on the thing, and if it was a wrong one, they would go up, wouldn't they? It's that sort of thing, right? I'm not too general on all vortexes. It's not.
I'm not. Yeah, it's not my sort of.
However, what I do understand, they're open channels, like a worm of people coming in and out, but it takes you to the spirit realm.
Oh, I see.
I personally wouldn't get involved with them, me personally. A lot of people play with paganism and things like that.
So I think that's probably.
You also get ley lines as well, where they go right across the country. So if you don't close it down, it leaves it open, obviously.
Leaves it open, yeah.
So anybody can come through.
I was just drawn to that window. There's that window there, and then it's gone now, isn't it? Oh, there it is. Yeah,
there,
it was just the light coming through.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, it's just the light, and I took a photo of it. Yeah. I just got it was blue and purple. So
yeah, I think
it was purple for the spirituality, for the spirit stuff going on, but also the blue as well. So there's a lot of connections here. There's a lot of communications
going on. Yeah.
There's all different types.
All types of energies here. Yeah.
Souls here, definitely.
I see her in it's blue. It's blue wool. It's blue wool, okay, and then the needles they're wooden ones.
Sure, yeah.
They're not they're wooden ones, real big chunky things. And
because back in those days, that's what they used.
She's got like a rocking chair, right, and she's got like a shawl around her, right. She's got like gingery red fiery hair.
I can see her.
Oh, right.
Can you see her?
Oh, you can see her.
Yeah.
Describe it. I can see her.
Ginger fiery hair, curly.
Rocking.
Yeah, and she put more of those headscarves on. Okay, but she had a black shawl around her. And it was like a dark purple skirt, but it was a real thick one. And she'd sit there with these. They're huge. They're actually pieces of wood.
She was guarding, looking after the children.
Oh, was she? Yeah.
Right, so
it's interesting you say that. Thanks for saying that, because it's
we're back in
what
here
Chrissy
again.
picked up on.
The table is a table here.
Yeah.
And this is where the men. This is the ante-room. And then the woman would go up to bed. Okay, and the men would then come into here, and they'd sit round this table. That fire would be roaring. That fire would be roaring. This would be ticking over, and they'd sit. There's a long table here. Okay, and there's a door there, right? And they'd sit here, and they're all surrounding this corner, and they're all drinking copious amounts of wine.
When I first came over here, I was like, it's like I wanted to jump off.
Yeah.
In amongst the dead trees.
I could do this all day.
Enjoy it.
I feel like that you'd come through and there'd be a bell up here.
Okay, yeah.
You know?
Right.
This would be deeper. This would be lower. This isn't the original height. It'd be lower.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, it'd be a lot lower than
It'd
this.
be lower, yeah. It's almost like it was incest or something. Like something really, really naughty went on, and that daughter, that little girl, she was directly linked to the Pomeroy family.
Right.
Definitely linked to the Pomeroy family. Yeah, bloodline.
She was excluded, wasn't
Correct,
she?
yeah, she was
She was excluded,
away.
right, yeah.
She was hidden out the way, right,
Yeah.
and she was murdered.
She was murdered, was she?
Killed.
Oh, right.
She was killed.
She was killed, right.
And there was another one. There was actually another child. There was lots of it gone. There's 2 or 3 children that are illegitimate. 2 got taken away. 1 and 2 of them got killed. And that was it. And then this other child, this one that came out this window, she was. I feel like she was a daughter of one of the Seymours. And I get a Catherine.
Oh, Catherine, yeah, there is someone here called Catherine
Right.
that was picked up by a medium.
Catherine would know. This girl here was pushed. She was pushed out the window on an opportunity because there was a fire. She got pushed out because then that would be that problem solved.
Sure, yeah.
And that
Was
woman.
the fire done deliberately?
Or was it? Oh, it was an accident, was it?
No. I'm getting like a Charlotte name or a Sharon name, a Sharon. It's not a Sharon, there's 2, that's a later name. It's a Charlatan or Charlotte, something like that. Or something like that. This woman would know the man of the house, and this child was an embarrassment to the man of the house.
Sure, yeah,
right?
yeah.
This woman it's something to do with the fact that isn't being in line. There was some sort of family. I can't put my fingers on it. I'm not getting told what it is because I'm not allowed to be told.
No.
But she pushed this girl out the window. Boom. She ran out all down those stairs and out through the castle. And the 2 other girls, she shut in. She locked the door because they witnessed what she did. That's what I'm saying. And then Isabel was another affair. Isabella and that other, like this Catherine, who knew was either her daughter or knew what the secrets were, whatever. But this woman pushed her.
Because of the high energy and all the rest of it, and do you think anybody would be able to actually move them on? I think they're residents here.
And of course, obviously, Rach being a psychic artist as well.
It's not nice here, is it? It's like I don't want to go in. I'm like that. I'm hanging on here.
Yeah.
It's like,
you're picking up on the vibe, are you?
Yeah,
sort of.
the vibe.
I don't feel any sort of malice. I don't feel anything like that. I don't sense anything.
There's death here, mate.
It seems quite sort of pleasant.
Heavy,
There's death here. I said this last time.
Heavy.
I'll say it when I go downstairs. There's kids downstairs.
Despair.
Your face completely changed.
Is it?
Yeah.
Despair.
Disgusted.
It's not good, is it?
I see blood.
It's making me feel a bit icky, actually.
Oh, is it?
I feel good.
I see
right,
blood,
yeah.
I see bones, I see all sorts of stuff in here.
I looked at that and I thought, well, they thought about the fire.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
I'm sat here and I can see bones.
Oh, can you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I can still see it, bones and bodies.
Wow.
Are they burning them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're burning the actual bones and bodies in here. You were saying that last week, wasn't you?
I'm glad you picked it up because this is exactly what I said last week.
They were burning them.
They were
weren't
cutting them up in here. This is a very, very nasty place. And also Elizabeth, I feel Elizabeth was locked away in here.
Oh, Elizabeth, was it?
Yeah,
Definitely Elizabeth, was it?
Yeah.
Because obviously, with regards to the White Lady, over the years on the internet and websites, she's been named as Margaret, but it's actually incorrect. It's actually Matilda. Because Margaret Pomeroy did live at the castle, but she wasn't the Lady in White. It was actually Matilda and Eleanor.
See, I think this is named after St Margaret because it was such a bad place.
Yeah.
Personally, because I mean, there's death here, and I can see it again now.
It's cold.
Yeah, I can see it again now. They used to bring the bodies over that wall, around the back, and they bring them in here and they cut them up and burn them. I'm telling you that 100%. A lot of stuff went on in here, and this floor would be deeper.
Right, I see. It would have been a lot deeper. Yeah.
It's horrible. It's horrible. I felt really sick last week when I came in here. Really sick. Honestly, Matt, is
that sort of like the feeling of death, isn't it?
Yeah. Because the fact there's someone still alive. They used to know sometimes the neck wouldn't break and they'd be still breathing. They'd bring them in and they'd be cutting them up. Seriously, they'd still be shallow breathing. Honestly.
Yeah.
What's your name? Jasper. His name was Jasper.
Oh, right. So who was he? Was he a guard or was he?
No, he was a young lad, about 15 or 16 years old.
Yeah.
And he was part of the guard. He was part of the protectors.
Oh, part of the protectors, right.
Part of the protectors. And their job was to obviously protect the fort. They spent many a cold night here and be soaking wet. Water would be pouring down these stairs. If it was raining, it'd be pouring down these stairs. It'd be pouring down. They'd sit here soaking wet. But when they were hangings, there was a little girl that was hung and taking breath.
Oh, right. So,
and she was still breathing when they brought her in.
Yeah,
and these windows here would be smaller. They'd be more like they'd be smaller. It's horrendous. And the heat it's just constant. And the ash would come out the windows. From the third generation that they found out what actually went on down here from the records, because there's a lot of secrets about the family here. And before you just come down, I'm going to scare you in it, but the tree out here was a hanging tree. And they should bring the bodies over and bring them down here and bury them in here. So this was, I feel that this was called St Margaret's because it was blessed.
Yeah, they would have blessed it.
It was over-blessed with a name and renamed it because of what it did here. Because this here is a really dark place. The vibration here is horrible. When I came here last, because this is the second time we've been here, we came here last week, I walked down here, I felt nauseous, feel really sick. I'm telling you now, Matt, I put my name on it, this here was a horrible, nasty place.
Right.
Because it was away from the main castle. You think about it, you've never seen anything from anywhere.
Yeah. Do you believe that the story about obviously the White Lady that she dies and starved to death? Do you believe that actually happened? Because other people, I mean, talking to Christine, she don't believe that happened.
I wouldn't say she starved to death. I would say she was definitely locked away in here.
Yeah, I think she was let out though. The White Lady, yeah, but I think she was let out though. But some of these sort of more recent books and websites have claimed that she died in the dungeon. But then other people, mediums, especially when they've linked in with the spirit, because her real name is Matilda. It's not Margaret at all.
I'm being honest now. I've not.
It's Matilda.
I can't feel Matilda or Margaret here whatsoever.
No.
I can definitely feel Elizabeth here.
Elizabeth, right?
Definitely, but that would be because of it's the devil's time.
Okay.
The devil's time.
The devil's time, right?
And they were in their periods basically, and they were locked in here because it was that sort of time.
So the lady that walked along the ramparts in the white flowing dress, are you picking up on any names?
That would be Elizabeth.
That would be Elizabeth,
yeah.
Right? So it is Elizabeth.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The energy's changed.
Yeah.
It certainly does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I get porridge, and I can see her walking up the stairs. She's got like a black. It's maybe Victoria, but it's a black top. She's got a hat on, like a cook's hat on.
All right.
And she come up and she creep up because I can see the. patch of a very, very low light. Not from the fact that someone's died, the fact is that there was nothing to stop.
Oh.
Yeah?
Right.
I don't think that, I might be wrong, but I'd like to, maybe this needs to be researched, but I don't know, I don't think they actually put anything on back then. They just used to bleed, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Not in a lot of pain though, it wasn't a lot of pain, it was more pain the fact is that they were locked away.
Right.
It was the undone thing, you know?
Yeah, so...
I just got the word gatekeeper.
I've got to say, when we're here now, it's just death.
It's just death, yeah.
It's just death.
That's what you're sort of picking up.
It's just...
So the vibe that you're getting, it's just death.
Sick.
Yeah. It's
you're feeling sick, are you?
Like
Yeah, feeling sick again.
There's like, there's illness. It's just, and I feel, when I'm sat here, there will be tents or shelters or something around here. People will be living in these forest bits here, you know?
Yeah.
And it could be my imagination, but I don't feel that.
No.
I actually physically see it, but here, I just feel a transportation of death.
Right.
Up and down.
Yeah, I'm serious. I really do feel that. Yeah. I got this when I was here last time. The monk would walk up and down here. He'd walk around here in contemplation.
All right.
And I tell you what I'm getting. I'm going to tell you what I'm just going to do what I'm seeing. Right. I'm seeing the monk with. Can you take that, man? Right.
He had one of those. What do you call it?
What you seeing?
He was swinging it.
Yeah. Right.
That's
I'm
it.
seeing him doing this.
That's it. He's
And I'm
swinging
seeing him with holy water.
Holy water, yeah. And he's sort of like swinging it, sort of from side to side.
Trying to cleanse it.
Yeah.
Trying to cleanse
all the way
it.
down.
Cleanse it.
Seriously.
Okay.
I tell you something. There's something. The hair on the back of my neck has gone right up.
Oh really?
Okay? Yeah. I'm really feeling like something happened here. It's death.
Tragic.
This monk's walking down. He's got the Bible and he's doing this.
Yeah.
He's swinging this. He's doing it, and I can see him reciting the words from the Bible. I God bless you to clear this air. It's everywhere. We know the fort never saw any siege. We knew that, didn't we?
Yeah.
We knew that. But there was still an altercation here. This would be something separate, and it'd be at night.
Sure,
just
at
got
night time.
Conflict of interest.
Oh, did you?
Not just come to me. Conflict of
Conflict of
interest.
interest, yeah.
Locally.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was to do with the locals, wasn't it?
There was definitely an altercation. There was definitely, I want to say, battle, but it wouldn't be classed as like a big battle. It would be a
dispute.
Yeah.
Dispute, yeah. More like a dispute.
And they come up, and I can, and now we're talking about it, I can see people with those long blanket tops on with the swords, arrows, and bloody spears. I can even see farming tools.
Farming tools, right.
And there was a fight here. It was before the Pomeroys were here.
Right, so that's going back, way back when, yeah. It's a long time ago.
Right, it was way back. But that monk knew. That monk knew. Because that position up there, before it was a castle or a dwelling, there was a settlement up there before. And I said this to you on the way down, didn't I?
I'm just feeling. It's just. I don't know. It's making me go all weird and wobbly.
Oh, you feel a bit wobbly, sort of uneven.
Yeah, a bit like whoa.
Sort of like
it's heavy, isn't it?
You feel like you're swaying from side to side.
I am. Yeah. I'm swaying. so much pain. There's been so much pain.
Struck by lightning.
Was it?
Yeah.
I got told it was because it was diseased.
No, it's been struck by lightning. Let's see the burn scorch mark.
Ah.
It got struck. I mean, it's a whole. I mean, that tree's probably 1,000 years old.
But isn't that interesting that
That's what we see at the moment. I can see people, men up on top of the upper turrets there. Yeah, they're there all the time.
All the time, yeah.
They're not going to talk to us. They're just,
they acknowledge? Do they know that we're here?
Yeah, they all know that we're here, but
Yeah.
There's other rooms there as well. You see, because the little archery hole in there, and then there'd be other rooms along here.
What's your background with spirits? And yes.
So I started seeing spirits at the age of 3, and I actually clearly remember it. The man I saw turned out to be my grandfather, who I'd never met. He died when my dad was only 11, but he came to me throughout my childhood and my adulthood until I moved house. And I had a lot of premonitions. I saw a lot of spirits. Never really took any interest in it at the time, and it didn't frighten me. It was just, it's just another one, you know. And then life took over, had kids, as you do, and then I became a witch, studied paganism and witchcraft. And
that's very interesting.
And I thought, I really want to start developing my spirituality again. So
that's wonderful.
I became a paranormal investigator, which I have been for about 25 years now, going all over the country.
So did you join a team doing paranormal?
I had my own team.
You had your own team?
Had my own team, yes, to start with. And then I just started doing it with my then partner, and we went up to Scotland to the vaults and Wales with Markham Castle and all sorts of things like that, down to Kuyuate Castle in Cornwall. We just went all over the place.
Was that the vaults in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Oh, they're wonderful, aren't they? I've done them too.
Absolutely. And then I thought, right, let's go a little bit further, and I joined a circle, which is where I met Kevin Hines. That was the second circle I joined. The first one, I think you've got to find one that really suits you and that you gel with.
Oh, absolutely. There's some pretty strange
brings
people
you
out
on.
there.
Yeah. And the first one, I was there for a couple of years, and I thought, I'm not really progressing the way I'd like, so I joined another one and met Kevin. Fortunately, that circle closed down because of COVID and this had work, priorities. So I joined another one with another good friend of mine, and we do it on Zoom now every Monday. So it's a mediumship circle. But I tend to I flit at the moment between psychic and medium.
Yes.
And I can't seem to stop that. I can't seem to concentrate on one or the other.
It's almost like a veil between the two, isn't there? And I mean, it's quite interesting is to know actually when does one end and one begin. Because actually,
it's different energy, and I'm beginning to recognise when I'm either in psychic mode or mediumship mode. Michael de Savoy.
Michael de Savoy.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's associated with you.
Never actually heard of him, actually.
No. He might just be a pop-in.
Yeah, it could be somebody that's not associated with the castle. He's probably somebody that probably visited the castle.
He's telling me now that his last name is spelt with a D-E. He's saying not the same as yours, because mine's D apostrophe, but it's still pronounced D.
Sure, yeah.
But he's saying no, mine is with a D-E Savoy, not a D apostrophe.
Oh, I see.
Savoy.
Yeah, okay.
So this Michael's got a horse.
Oh, is he?
A huge
Oh,
chestnut.
right.
He's just showing himself on a beautiful,
Oh, is he?
beautiful chestnut. Not necessarily in here, it's just the way he's showing it that he's here.
Sort of projecting himself,
Yeah. Silly man fell off and broke his leg. But it didn't kill him. He was
Didn't kill
fine.
him, no.
No.
Yeah. It's just what Lee picked up on last time. Yeah. So the hanging trees over here. It was a bigger tree back in the day.
Become a little bit dangerous.
Dangerous, yeah.
Possibly with overhanging branches that could have fallen on people.
It almost looks like it's been hit by lightning,
It does.
doesn't it?
It does,
It's
doesn't
almost
it?
like
Yeah.
a burn line,
Yeah.
isn't it? Which would have, followed the sap down
Yeah.
and knocked the bark off. But no, it was definitely a bigger tree than
Bigger
that.
tree, yeah.
I started coming in the sort of early 70s, and it was definitely a bigger tree then, most definitely. Well, the real hanging tree, of course, is at the crossroads.
The crossroads, yeah.
And we have a feeling that that might be also where the little girl is buried, because we know that her and her mother, the story goes that it. Do you want to hear this, Helen?
Yes. I'm just wondering why they would bury somebody at crossroads.
It's better if I don't say anything, because I might give it away too much.
Witches got buried at crossroads, but also people that they wanted to lose, and they wanted to confuse their spirit, not knowing which way to go. Well, it appears that Isabella's mother, because Isabella was illegitimate, she was a Pomeroy.
She was a Pomeroy,
But Daddy Pomeroy, who fathered her, was actually idolised her. He was her pride and joy. But she was kept out of the way. So one of the reasons they say that she comes and plays with the children on the grass is because actually she never got to play. She didn't get to play. So when she sees children playing, she says, "Wow, I'm going to go and play with them."
How lovely.
Now the story goes that there was a hunting party that came in, because her mother still worked in the kitchens, and the hunting party came in, obviously to visit the Lord, got extremely drunk and raped her mother. And Isabel apparently picked something up to try and hit it over the head of one of the men that was obviously hurting her mother. And I believe that they turned on both the mother and Isabella and killed them both.
Yeah.
So the bodies were then, I believe, buried at a crossroad to confuse their spirits, because they were wealthy, but illegitimacy was still illegitimacy, and she was an unmarried mother as well. And they buried them at a crossroad. Now, where that crossroad is, I have a feeling it's the one down by the hanging tree. So it would be interesting to send some of the mediums or the paranormal investigators or psychic investigators just to go down there and see whether they pick up anything.
That's what I believe that we should be doing as well. I think that's what we should do. We're going to have a walk around if you want to come round with us.
Now I'm seeing him in that big window.
Oh, okay. After the man is on the Cavalier.
And he's walking through that archway.
Right, so which window can you... Yeah, is it the one at the top? The window?
The big one just at the bottom here.
Oh, right, the one on the bottom. Right, okay.
The big one.
The big one, yeah.
You can see the top of the arch at the bottom.
All right, okay.
So we're talking the 1650s to 1700s.
All right, wow.
And there's a Thomas and there's a Stephen.
Thomas and a Stephen, right,
Now,
okay.
I think this is a Stephen.
Yeah.
But I've also got an injury with his leg. I've got a musket fire in his knee.
Okay.
He walks with a limp.
That one there. So he's actually just looking out the window, is he?
Yeah.
Right.
I wasn't sure I was going to get anything tonight.
That's pretty good.
But this is a different era for me, because I don't normally see this. I normally end up with more medieval. And funnily enough, Connie stood there as I was drawing, and she says, "Do you know who that reminds me of? Charles the First."
Charles the First.
Exactly.
Charles the Second.
No, you said Charles.
Oh, Charles the First.
No, because I said Charles the First is the one that awarded us.
Charles the Second.
Charles the First is one that awarded us the coat of arms and the title of Baron.
Yeah.
But he was executed before we could have it. So my ancestor had to petition Charles II.
Charles II, right.
And he gave it to us eventually. He said, "You can have the title, but not the land."
Oh, right, wow.
So the land that we were supposed to have had went.
Yeah, my name's Nick. I'm down here quite a bit. Rather enjoy it. Well, there was one experience I had where I was coming down Sunninghill. I got to the corner over there.
Yeah.
Just over there.
Okay.
As the castle was getting in view.
Right.
And I seen like a orange, like a candlelight up in the window. the middle one.
Oh, the middle one, right, okay. Yeah.
So I said to them, we'll creep down quietly, turn all the lights out. So we got down to here. As we got down to here, that candlelight obviously disappeared, but then we seen it go across the top of the wall towards Margaret's Tower and disappeared.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think that's one of the best things I've seen down here. I think we've had a fair few experience down here.
Yeah.
Came down here with you.
Yeah.
And, I came down the other night on my own. It was about 10:30 at night.
Yeah.
Walking down through the driveway, it felt like there's a lot of footsteps about. Felt like you was being watched. Felt you was being smothered.
Being smothered, right? Okay.
That was a weird feeling. Got so far down to this last bend here,
yeah.
and I thought I'd seen a dark figure with my eyes, but I don't know.
One of the most active times at the castle is dusk or twilight. English Heritage closed the main castle gate overnight to protect the monument from vandalism. However, there is no need to trespass if it's spirit activity you're after. Plenty of nighttime visitors have witnessed strange incidents on the castle greenery or high up on the ramparts. In fact, many photos were captured from standing outside the castle walls or in the woodland.
Scornful kind of guy. Doesn't sound like he's quite sarcastic, domineering kind of guy, sort of dark. Oh, I see. So he's kind of, he's basically laughing at us, really. That's the kind of thing. That's right. But also the other thing was some kind of burial, some kind of illicit burial site down there. But that it's just a sense I got of because it's tucked down the side. Which is like outside, there's something illicit about that area. Sure. I can't really say more specific than that, but it's...
Because some say she was buried on the crossroads, but then some say she was buried in the woods. But it's all, I think it's all hearsay.
Or, more plausible, that she was buried in the woods because from wanting to keep it all quiet, maybe they would have wanted to bury her somewhere close.
That was what I was getting, was a kind of just a sort of a...
Not be seen. Absolutely.
Not be seen,
Because burying somebody at a crossroads would be fairly public and obvious, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Do we have somebody second row down on the front? Somebody this end of the thing, second window in.
Okay.
Down.
Oh, you're seeing something, are you?
I've got a strong feeling it feels like we're being sort of observed.
Observed?
I'm sure they are. If you are, take a picture.
I would. My phone drained almost.
Did you get that feeling, Helen, that we're actually being observed?
Oh, we are, all the time.
All the time.
Yes, all the time.
Little boy in the window. Hang on. Sorry, I can't turn around. That Connie saw.
Man down.
As we were walking back from the gatehouse,
right.
I was talking to Connie and I said about the little boy. And before I'd finished what I was saying, I got Edward the younger. So there's somebody that's been here called Edward who had a son called Edward.
Okay.
But he's just showing himself as a young boy.
Showing himself as a young boy, so that's what you're
seeing. Sneaking out of bed. He should be in bed, but he's sneaking out of bed. To look. He's like, I'm not breaking the rules because I was told not to come down.
I see.
Technically, he hasn't come down. He's still upstairs.
He's still upstairs, so he hasn't come down at all.
Yeah. Connie says that he sort of ducked down when she saw him, and I said, and picking up what she's seeing, I can see him running back along the corridor, so I think his room must be that end. Like the torches on the wall, the wood panels on the wall, and he's literally just a bit shorter than the wood panels. We reckon he's about 5.
Oh, wow.
So this was on our last visit, that would have been May. Obviously we were all discussing, talking just up here by the calf. And then I got the overwhelming feeling there was someone watching us from down here. And as I could, in my mind's eye, I could see this gentleman projecting himself standing here. It's almost like, I want to say a cavalier type hat.
Okay.
So all black, pretty much all in black, other than his white sort of cotton top. And he had the leather boots on. He is, you could see he was all well dressed in that regard, and he had a sword here.
And the sword wasn't drawn, it's just on the side.
Just on the side.
Pointing down here.
Over here, yeah.
I didn't feel he was interacting as such, though. He was almost just like I feel it's like a place memory.
Place memory.
So he's just literally pointing.
Pointing over there.
It was that moment in time.
Right.
Sinking in with that. I mean, he could come back and interact, obviously, but
he could do, yeah.
At that time, I don't feel, because I went to approach and he was just still pointing.
And he was still pointing, yeah.
Yeah, as if like.
Right.
Pointing, but he wasn't interacting.
So he wasn't aware that you was there.
That's the impression I got. He just.
So
has there children been picked up here, Matt, as well?
Children have been picked up all over the grounds. Certainly the driveway, yeah.
I would say, because all of a sudden I just feel drawn to behind me here, these trees over here.
Oh, okay.
By the back, I just see this image of children, more so a young lad, like in a sackcloth.
Oh wow.
Kind of quite long hair.
Yeah.
Sandy coloured hair, brown hair, but it's almost like whether or not he has been sighted peeking out behind the tree.
Oh, is he?
So I just feel getting that impression.
Well, funny you say that. People have sensed, or they have seen children on the driveway, peeking behind the trees.
Yeah, almost like just checking. Yeah.
And these people haven't necessarily been mediums, just been normal visitors, normal people.
Yeah. So these particular ones, I feel they were like serfs. Is that the right terminology? They're like peasants.
Like
they
peasants.
worked for the lord of the manor.
Oh, right.
They worked the land. I think, and so it was like family. You know, the servants, obviously. Children, but I just feel that I do feel they interact, so I do feel they're in visitation. To be honest with you, Matt, it does feel like a bit of both.
Bit of both, is it?
This is probably my 4th time I've been here.
Yeah.
Over the years, and it always seems to be different energies. There are a few similar ones.
Similar ones, yeah. You've got the regulars and
I do feel you will get the interaction.
Yeah.
But also, I find interesting. Sometimes you could have a Pacific spirit energy presence here.
Sure.
That would be in visitation. But also sometimes from the same spirit they may show you elements of place memory.
Place memory.
That kind of makes sense. So not only are they here to interact, but sometimes they could show you a memory of
something as well.
That's what I've experienced here previously. Saying the other day, we had a conversation that we in regards to spirits. Sometimes spirits are drawn to certain people.
Oh, they are.
Sometimes spirits you could get them visiting briefly. Some could linger a lot longer. Some could be grounded here, like you've got your resident. So that's what I find interesting. It's really nice when you sometimes you can link in with another medium and pick up on the same information at the same time, which is fantastic. This area, I feel, obviously last time Lee and myself, I know separately we got burial here, didn't we?
Yeah.
But also, I want to say, it does feel quite sacred in that regard. So it's almost like you would come here, sit quietly and contemplate.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure why that is, but
sure. Yeah.
This feels like out of the whole castle, this would be a quiet area.
A quiet area where you would come here to contemplate and relax. And
just seems like a quiet corner. I feel like I would want to be on a seat here or something and just sat quietly.
Just to try and sort of get away from it all the hustle and bustle.
So someone said about a helmet earlier on as well, that somebody took off the helmet.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared. That whole bit there, to me, looks like a helmet.
Bell. Yeah, like a bell, like as if to say, like a church bell. Yeah.
Side where that helmet was.
Oh yeah.
The cracking of the wood.
Oh, the cracking of the wood. Right. Wow.
Strong energy.
It's strong energy, isn't it? Yeah. That bit up there. See that part of that? Looks like it's going to fall down, doesn't it? The dance you want.
You wanted to speak to Isabella, didn't you?
Isabella, yeah. Oh, is she here, is she?
Stand here, Matt. Oh, I'm tingling from head to toe.
All right, can you?
God, yeah.
Oh, you sense here?
Energy, yeah, it was just lovely.
Lovely
energy.
Right.
I'll just double check on it is her. Yes. Just get top of her head. That's the top of her head.
All right.
There you go.
So she's actually here.
Right there.
She's right here.
Yeah.
All right, Isabella. Are you picking up? Is she definitely an intelligent spirit, or do you think she's a residual?
Without even using a rod, she's like, yes.
She is here.
So that's my yes. So you can ask questions.
All right.
You want to ask a question?
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course you can.
Hello, Isabella. My name is Matt, and this is Kevin. We've come here with love, peace, and respect. We'd like to know how often do you come here on visitations? Are you here on visitations, Isabella?
Yes.
Oh, she's on visitations, yeah. Was you actually crossed over by Bob Dorby in 1985? Was you actually moved?
So as you can see the rods, that's yes, and I'm not touching that. So
Oh,
that's a yes
right.
answer as well.
Oh, right, okay. So you obviously you're here on visitations.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, wow. Were you originally from Normandy, Isabella?
Does that make sense to you?
Were you originally from Normandy?
That's a yes.
Yes. Oh, right, so she was. Did you actually live at the castle? Did you actually live here? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She moves around, she's been following
She does,
us.
yeah.
I had the impression of someone following us.
Yeah.
Drawn to yourself, Matt, very
Oh,
much so.
oh, was she?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, she's pointing. Where's she pointing to? Over there for some reason.
Pointing over there, is she?
Here.
Oh, she's still here, yeah.
But she's pointing. Where's she come from? She's holding something as well. It almost looks like a very small, like a little lantern, but a very small one.
Oh, I see.
Almost like for a child.
Like a child, like
Not
a small
full size of it, almost like
a small lantern,
Yeah,
like a mini lantern for a child, yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of interesting, because obviously at the moment it's daytime.
It's daytime, yeah, so...
Yeah, blue eyes.
Blue eyes,
Blue
oh right.
eyes, I'm getting blue
Is she wearing a bonnet? Because the photographs that have been taken of Isabella, it shows that she wears a bonnet, pretty much.
I would say there's something, but it's behind her. So
Behind her,
it's
right.
here, but it's
Okay.
behind her. So it's
Sure.
like off on her back. Would that make sense?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. But it's interesting she's showing me with the lantern, because I feel it's almost like this is her night dress she's wearing.
Her nightdress that she's wearing,
Because
right.
it was all white, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And her hair's up as well. But yeah, she's pointing to that direction, so I feel that's where she's come from.
Okay.
Over there. And come to here.
I'd like to ask her, what year did you pass the spirits?
Did you want to ask some dates?
Yeah, what century did you pass away, Isabella? Can you remember?
So do you want me to go through them?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay, so you're 14, 15, 16, 25. So I feel it's like on the cusp, sort of end of the 15th, going into the 16th.
Oh, right, wow.
This is the impression I was getting.
Yeah, well, what year was you born, Isabel?
Around that mark.
Oh, 15, yeah, so 1550.
Ish.
Round about that era, yeah. So
Around that, yeah. For mine, I keep saying 1553.
Oh, right, so it's a very long time ago.
That can be validated.
Okay.
Sure. If you stood here, could you feel it went from head to toe?
Yeah.
Right there. I'll get the top of her head now. That's the top of her head.
Yeah.
There. It's really, the energy just hit me like a wave.
There is a little child here.
It's really
Good
nice.
job, Isabella.
I've got a weird curly pigtails.
Is that what you got, Kevin? Isn't it?
Like,
is it like
that dress is like 3/4. It's almost Victorian type. Yeah, I don't know who she is because I'm not picking up on who she is. I nearly bought mine today as well.
Did you?
Oh,
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? Yeah.
I took them out and I said I'll take them when I go on Saturday.
Okay. So if I showed her a photograph that what someone took here of her on my phone, I wonder how she would react to that. Yeah, so yeah.
If it's Isabella.
If it says, yeah, because I mean, there are lots of photographs.
I'm not getting a name with her at all.
Yeah, yes. But are you getting Isabel? Do you think it is Isabel that's here? You're getting Isabel, aren't you? Yeah.
That same child that I saw sat out there at all. All I'm picking up at the moment is such excitement, and I don't think many people have seen her.
Yeah.
That's why she's so excited, because it is literally like... Oh, you can see me. You can see me,
yeah.
Somebody see me.
I mean, I can't see her myself, but obviously...
But that's the kind of energy, that's the kind of thing that I'm getting with her.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask a question to Isabella. Was your mum called Joan Chudley? Was your mum's name called Joan?
Oh, sorry. Yes. So does that validate something?
Yeah, because Christine said that through her research that she was picking up on the name Joan Chudley.
I'm not sure what this area is, Matt, but I get almost like people were like
this is the
shown, like standing, like almost like
really?
Standing,
right?
Either side for some reason. There's lots of servants standing.
Oh, the new Great Hall, long gallery, yeah.
Yeah, servants standing in the wings.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting.
There you go. Yeah. So I'll say this area here.
This here, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense then. So the servants are kind of all standing in the wings here. Is that servants there? Because that's what I was getting. People lined up against the wall.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a bit strange, but they're standing there like that.
Standing there like that.
I was like waiting.
Or are you getting any names or?
As you're standing there and you just said name, someone just shouted a name to me. I don't feel it's connected to her though.
Right.
But
okay.
it's the name. It's Angela.
Angela.
So
right.
Angela, someone is shouting the name Angela. I don't know what that means.
Right.
Someone is shouting that, and I'm trying to work out where it's coming from. I want to say it's coming from over this direction.
From over this direction, right?
Don't walk there, I just mopped it.
I just mopped it. Yeah. I can just imagine.
There's a lot of hustle and bustle in here today.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I think that's why we've been told to get out the kitchen. I can hear like the chopping.
Oh, chopping.
But not like chopping onions. I'm on about chopping like a big hunk of meat.
Oh, right.
With a big cleaver.
Okay.
I can hear the chopping. I can hear things boiling. And at the moment, I can smell pork. I can hear it.
You can hear it
crackling on a fire.
Right.
That's all the fat that drips off it.
Yeah.
That's it. Do you know they had Yorkshire pudding?
Oh, did they back in those days?
Not like we have it now.
Oh, right. So it was different.
It was like a batter poured into this tray.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, as the meat cooked, the fat would drip onto it.
Right. I see.
And it ended up like, you know, when you can't cook Yorkshire puddings and they go all mushy.
Yeah.
It was like that. So, and I can see that in the bottom of this tray.
Wow.
And I can see the spit going around, and I can smell it, and I can hear it.
You can smell it and hear it as well.
I can hear pans bubbling. I am always drawn to this courtyard, and I don't know why.
It's probably because there's a lot of strong energy here, isn't there?
It could well be. But it's very weird that I'm always drawn to this same place, but I don't know why. I've normally picked up on it by now, but I can't. Connie and her friend had an experience.
Yeah.
As you go through the chapel.
Okay.
You go off to the little corridor to the right. She saw this shadow. And of course the first thing they wanted, Mom!
Well, yeah, he was getting a little panicking.
Going up there, it wasn't until I got there that I remembered that 30 odd years ago, when I first came here, my mum had an experience on this.
Oh, did she? Okay.
And as I was saying to the girls,
I
was saying to Connie, well, your nan had this experience here. And she put her foot up on 2 steps, and as I went like that, I had my hand touched. My fingers are tingling. It's almost like somebody touched my hand. And literally the tips of my fingers were all tingly. It was after that Ella saw the face of the window, and so did I. As you were talking to Kevin, you said there's a place up there, and I went, you're right, there is.
Oh, wow,
there's 2 people up there. One was a guard, and one was somebody that's...
And that was over here? Should we go have a walk over there, and we can have a look? With the visits that you've had, you've never had that kind of experience before, have you? So
it's just a case of, put my hand up while I was speaking, and as I did, it just...
Oh, wow.
Started tingling. I said to Lee, like little electric shocks on my fingers.
Wow.
You know, this as you look up this way, you've got where the guard room is.
Oh yeah, the
So
guard
you've got
room
the
is just.
chapel literally above us.
You have, yes, yeah.
And then you go to the end.
To the end, yeah.
Turn right, you've got the little corridor that leads to the steps.
You have, yeah.
Stood in front of that. It was
amazing.
almost like somebody either reached down to pull my hand or touch my hand.
Male or female?
It's a male.
A male, yeah.
It was,
Any?
I think it was the guard.
The guard, yeah.
But the second person that was in there, I think, is somebody that's been wandering around where they shouldn't have been.
Okay,
taken up there. Because the first thing the girl said to me is, "What do you feel?" And I says, "Well, my heart's racing a bit, and I feel quite anxious."
You feel quite anxious, yeah.
I said, "I feel like whoever's up there, I feel like I'm waiting."
You're waiting, yeah.
It was afterwards, it was like, yeah, you're sort of waiting to see what's going to happen. Am I going to be in trouble for it or not? But it was definitely a guard. There's a guard and somebody else in there earlier.
Well, that's all right. It's not too bad. So that's what he was able to sketch.
Yeah. 1100s. And the name of Christopher.
Christopher, right.
Connie went, as soon as I did that, Connie went straight away, Knights Templar.
Knights Templar, right.
And I said, yeah.
Okay.
She Googled Knights Templar to do with here.
I see.
And it says the Pomeroys, before 1199, had connections with the Knights Templar. She picked up on the name Robert.
And she picked up on the name Robert, yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. Earlier on, yeah. Oh, Robert Carey, oh wow.
It was
well
priest.
Done, Connie.
I used to work at
Robert Carey, the priest.
Archdeacon of Exeter.
Oh, wow.
And the funny thing
That's
is,
probably well
around
done.
that same time, one of my relatives,
you should become a medium.
Surname was she said, "Oh, you're making medium."
Yeah, I think she would be a good medium. I mean, she's picked up on Robert.
Around that time, in Exeter Cathedral, same place, was one of my relatives with the surname of Lake.
Okay.
Was actually a dean of Exeter Cathedral around that time.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
I get the hanging up there and the dog over there.
Oh, yeah, because we came here
Where did you
a few weeks ago.
The dog?
Yeah.
Spirit dog here.
Because my picture is about there.
The first picture one of the first pictures I took the first time I came down to do all this. It wasn't until the other week, was it?
Then we sat down and we actually saw the dog's face.
In it.
Yeah.
But this one here I get is like an Irish wolfhound.
Yeah.
And it's like all snarling and everything.
Yeah,
but there's one inside as well.
Remember, I sent you that video.
Okay.
And you said, it was people up here, that some of our group went up here.
Right.
I saw people moving around over there. Now, it wasn't our group. I thought it was our group. I thought, oh no, it's Helen and the others. But Matt, they're moving around there.
Moving around, right, over here.
Look, it's a drop.
It's a drop, yeah. There's a huge drop down below.
Walking there.
Yeah, it's a drop off, yeah. Because down there you've got the path down there that takes you down to the bottom, don't you?
Yeah,
so
but here the people were moving around out there with red robes on.
Red robes on,
red and white robes, looking like knights.
Knights, yeah.
And they looked like they were picking up wood and walking
Oh right,
backwards
so that's what you got last time, yeah.
But that's on that video I sent
you.
So they couldn't have been walking around there because there's nothing for them to walk on.
So you know when you says what you're doing, I said you don't want to know.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything from her.
No.
Not saying anything yet.
No, you wouldn't do that.
But I am definitely picking up on her. See, that comes down. That needs to come lower. But I've already drawn the feet in. That needs to come lower. That's what's wrong. And then the feet are there. And she's got little flat shoes on. They're almost what we'd wear as little ballet slippers. Do you know what I mean? The type of shoes that I mean.
Yeah, I know the one, John. Yeah, colour hair you're picking up.
I've got blonder hair.
Oh, blonder hair, yeah.
I'd actually go blonde to mid-brown.
Oh, right, okay.
It's sort of that mousy colour. She's got a fringe there.
Yeah.
And her hair up in this little scruffy bun type thing.
I mean, are you picking up on the year that she died? What century do you think it was when she died?
I don't know, I'm saying 15th, 16th.
15th, 16th century, right,
Yeah.
okay. Alright. Is she, would you say she's a residual, or would you say she's probably an intelligent spirit? Do you think she's aware of the group? Or do you
I think she's aware of people being here.
Oh, she's aware of people being here.
I think so.
Where is the portal? I'm just going to see that.
It's just over there.
Okay. She's going right towards it.
I don't want to go any nearer that tree.
That's it. Is that it?
Yeah, she's over there, yeah.
Where you are right now, Helen?
Yeah, I just wobbled.
You know, where you are right now, do you feel anything?
I wobbled, so yes, I did. And it wasn't the ground. Yeah. I'm not picking up anything else apart from the fact that there's something here.
There is. Go a little bit further towards the bushes.
Just over there. Yeah.
To the right.
Yeah, to the right, yeah.
Slightly to the right, Helen. Oh, and again. Slightly to the right, Helen. That's where I got it.
Oh, right, yeah, because that's where Becky had the headache, didn't she? Do you remember last time?
You don't feel safe?
No.
Anything else?
I don't like that thing.
You don't like it? Why?
No, you're picking up on an energy there, are
You
you?
just didn't feel safe.
You feel safe now.
Well, that's quite interesting, yeah. And that's where I got my photograph of the red hound or the face.
So we have a hellhound,
Red
which is why I didn't
hound,
feel
yeah,
very safe
yeah.
there.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
not particularly that either. That's an area that they're very much drawn through because it's actually a portal.
That's why I was wobbly.
Excellent. Well done.
Yeah,
you.
there is a portal there.
Well done. Yes.
there's a portal
I didn't
here.
feel safe. I didn't want to go any further.
Yeah, that's why
The
I
energy
kind of
was-
wanted to see
With
whether you
regards to
did
the
that.
portal, is it possible to find out if the portal is actually closed or open?
I would think it's pretty closed at the moment.
Yeah.
but
Pretty close, is it?
And you'd definitely feel it. And
Yeah.
you'd feel it. You wouldn't need to go that close either.
No.
You'd feel it from back
I
here.
didn't want to go any further. What's the one sort of where I felt that knee? I just got a real burning sensation in my knee.
Oh, did you? Oh, just around here, yeah.
It's so hot, just my left knee.
Oh, right.
So hot. It's gone now.
My name's Neil Stone. September 2018, my partner and I, Katrina, were visiting Bury Pomeroy. The day itself was very blustery, very wet. It was a bit of a trial getting here. I remember there's a few curses getting here, but basically we spent some time just walking around. As I recall, there was only maybe one, possibly two other couples walking around. Eventually, it was just myself and myself. So we walked out the back area and we're walking down, as you can see the building there, walk down, there's a path at the back. You can see the tower, St Margaret's Tower along there. As we walked down, Katrina's walking ahead of me, and by this point I was fairly sort of relaxed. I wasn't really thinking about anything supernatural or anything like that, and basically my experience was it was just like a kind of like a jump scare.
Oh, right.
Like a woman in electric blue
dress,
white face, black hair, but it's just the impression of that, and it is just like that. I had the face on, so she was at the top of that sort of hill, that rise, you know. So and Katrina's walking ahead of me. I jumped. I won't say what I actually said because it was a surprise. You know. And I remember, and it was dramatic, really brief and dramatic.
Yes.
It wasn't the imagination; it was just a one like that. I felt, to me, it felt kind of sort of threatening, I guess. When in the ticket office, and I mentioned to the guy, he did say, "Yeah, we get some people coming in in a bit of a state. But yeah, no, it was interesting.
Yes.
SLS camera. Someone's in the tower.
Yeah, okay. Oh, did they?
I had 2 stick figures in there, one to the right, one to the left.
Oh,
The
wow.
one to the left was laying on the floor with a wound to his leg.
Oh, I wonder if that was the musket.
Yeah.
That could have been the musket, that's caused that, yeah.
So I put the videos on. We got the information through the dowsing rods, but it was saying it was a monk that was injured.
Monk was injured,
I don't know. Look at the dowsing rods and the SLS camera. 2 figures came up in the tower. There was one on the right hand side, which could have been Margaret. We didn't get much from her. But,
Right, okay, so yeah, so basically
got injured.
Rachel picked it up about the man with the with the musket ball in his knee. You just said Stephen. Okay.
So it wasn't my Michael with his broken.
Here comes the rain.
It was obviously
Stephen
the guy with the musket ball.
You picked that up over there, didn't you?
Yes.
And Lucy's just picked up a man over there in the car park. So you only saw his legs?
Two,
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Have you managed to capture it?
Is that the?
It's still there. Yeah, it's still there. And did you see the orb come round?
I did, and I just wondered whether that was dust because you can see the orbs flying.
There it
Did you
goes.
see it?
Yeah, that's the one I just saw.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some orbs, did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
actually, flying orbs.
Oh,
as well.
right.
It's quite interesting.
There are quite a few orbs actually.
There
Not
are.
dust.
Oh,
Yeah. That's definitely not insect.
Yeah, it's quite active.
And it felt like fresh, like up,
Oh, right,
like
okay.
pushing up here.
Right.
And
Helen also got that when
like
she went
pressure in
down.
my ears.
And pressure in your ears.
Yeah,
I
like
suppose you would feel like that if you'd just been hung.
yeah.
Oh God, how awful.
But this time it's like a strangling, like a pressure, like are you feeling something?
Yeah.
Are you getting anything?
Right there. I can
What are
see
you
it's
feeling?
like it's. Oh, I don't know, but it's there. I'm looking at it with a naked eye. If you put your camera in there,
Yeah.
that is quite incredible,
Oh,
actually.
you're sensing something, are you?
Yeah,
Karen?
most definitely. There's just there's an absolute glow in there that shouldn't be there.
Oh, right, wow.
Down the bottom now.
Down the bottom bit, yeah.
There's something coming out from the ground.
That's awesome.
Hmm.
Oh wow, they're coming
From
upwards.
the ground. That was.
No way.
Oh, look at
Becky,
the sack.
look at these. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
It's just around the corner.
Literally coming up.
There's a mist coming out of
There
it
is
again.
mist coming. There's
you see it?
literally
Yeah.
there is a mist coming out of
Right.
it. That's what I saw.
Yeah.
I can
That
still
could be
see
like
it with the naked
a
eye.
materialisation, or she's trying to materialise in the
There's a rock
dungeon.
in there. But there was also like a mist around it, Becky. It
That's
wasn't
how they
just the rock. It
materialise
was
through
like
it. So they
there
tend
was like a
to-
mist around it.
Well, the
That's
first
what
stage is a
Helen
mist.
picked up
You'll
as
see a
well. She's
mist.
going down to have a look at her camera.
Yeah.
Must be looking after us, sent it down already home.
God, it's going to be going on with not in one piece, is it?
You read it, don't you? I know, I sent it down.
Oh dear.
We brought Declan as well. They went, the children, Lucy and Declan, went off to play hide and seek as you do on a midnight bit. I couldn't find them. Well, we couldn't find them. And I went down through there looking and said, come on now, this isn't funny. Let's go home. And I felt really quite, just about there, I felt really uneasy.
End up taking pictures of this area because there's always something.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
felt like I didn't want to go any further, and I
there's
felt
never anything
frightened
there.
for the children.
I was walking around here earlier, so in my sort of mind's eye, I've got a sort of was not particularly, I wouldn't say not particularly nice sort of gentleman. He's kind of laughing. He's got scornful. He's got sort of dark hair, 30s. He's actually fairly recent in terms of the history of the place. More recently, I mean, I'm talking, that kind of. And he's kind of scornful. That's the word.
Scornful,
he's
right.
associated with this sort of area. It's almost like he's associated with the
Right, okay.
trees.
That could be.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it was like a sarcasm. People
Sarcasm?
have been
Yeah.
quite sort of intimidated. A lot of these people, he doesn't. It's just that's the kind of vibe that I get. Kind of like he's easily offended as well.
Easily offended, yeah.
That was so weird. I was coming down here and
Yeah.
there was something in the tree. And first of all, I thought it was a bird, but it kind of flopped. And I thought, well, maybe it's a squirrel.
Okay, yeah.
Through everything.
Oh, that just went in my ear roll.
And it was like literally coming backwards and forwards from the tree.
Oh, was it?
And
Wow.
I've tried to video it, but I've looked now with my naked eye and I can't see
You can't see it, no.
But that was, I mean, it wasn't natural because
No.
it was moving and then coming back like that and then moving
wow.
that way and then coming back.
So did you get like what sort of shape it was, or was it like
brown. It was
brown?
brown.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe it's a squirrel or a bird.
Yeah, that's what I thought it might have been a
Yeah,
squirrel.
absolutely.
But it wouldn't, well,
No,
wouldn't
it
have
wasn't. Like squirrels shoot up a tree, don't
yeah,
they?
they normally do,
Um,
don't they? Yeah.
I'm going to have a look at the video and see
wow.
whether I've managed to... Oh, my camera's not very good.
Could have been an owl, couldn't it, or something like a large
Well,
bird?
it could have been. It could have been.
Because there's a lot of tawny owls in here. You know,
Well, they'd be brown, wouldn't they?
Yeah, because when it gets darker, you'll hear the owl start hooting.
Yeah.
So it might have been. I'm not saying it was, but have a look and see what you think. But I reckon it might have been a large bird. Yeah, I got me a video going.
Bringing quantum physics into it kind of makes sense.
That's the problem. Is I'm very into all of that, but I'm also into the old ways with sacred geometry and using colour and frequencies.
Oh, frequencies, big time.
I play a lot with frequencies, so as above, so below.
Bats! I saw bats.
Did you see that?
I just saw the bat. Yeah.
In front of us.
Yeah, Rach loves bats apparently.
Flying around you. Yeah.
But yeah, it's not just out above, so below. You know, it's
Another one there, look.
So without.
Yeah.
So there's a universe inside us, there's a universe outside of us. And it's kind of all we are here is an observer. That's all we are.
Yeah, just
At this
basically
moment in time, we're observing.
observing. Yeah.
You can't change yesterday.
And there's no wind. It's not wind that's
I feel
blowing.
it like that because it's kind of shielded on this point.
Oh right.
A bit more.
Right, you're the only one who's walked up here in the middle, aren't you?
This is Jack.
The jack's moved.
Yeah, I didn't touch the jack.
Right, so the jack's moved.
The jack's moved. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely didn't touch the jack.
Because the jack wasn't there, was it, from the get-go? I was up here, wasn't it? So it's moved from there
Yeah,
to
the
there.
jack was there and I avoided the
Sure.
jack.
So
that's moved. That's been moved.
yeah. So obviously, whatever presence is here is trying to let us know that it's
That's what I
around.
was looking for. Did you pull it like that?
No.
But that's what I thought you did.
No, pretty sure I didn't. So I've just moved it back. Right, if we can just keep the light that way a minute, right?
Yeah. To the big fireplaces, yeah, because I actually edited the pictures, and it does certainly look like a woman.
That's weird.
It's not a case of picking out things from pictures, but you can actually clearly see a woman's face.
Well, I'm dead now. I've looked in that.
Another bat there. Look, we've got a lot of bats tonight, isn't there?
I've never seen anything.
A few bats about it. Look.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
I'm going to put this down here because people wander off and it's exactly what I say.
Whoa! See that?
Oh my god!
See that, Ashton? That's the white lady again, I hope so, because I captured her the other night and all my photos disappeared.
Really?
I'll back them up then, quickly. I'll take a photo on my phone so they don't get deleted.
keep filming.
You got that on yours as well, so.
Really? Oh my god!
Blue lady.
Look at that! Go again, go again. If there's anyone here, can you show yourself?
Was that the blue lady?
I've had loads of experiences down this wonderful castle over 20 years. The most recent ones, I'll talk about the most recent ones. On Saturday night, we came down, about 5 of us, and we were standing at the gateway here, and we did a little seance, just to call the spirits through. And I had Isabel, the little girl, and then I had how do I describe him? The man in the cloak. His face is really scary. The thing is, when we was doing the seance, we was all in a circle. So there's Isabel at the corner, wanting
Isabel
to
was
come
over
up.
here, was she? Exactly. Where was she here?
I'll tell you exactly where she was. She always comes from here.
Oh, over here, yeah.
And what she does...
That's where Roz has picked her up on the dowsing
Oh,
rods.
really?
Yeah, Roz has actually stood here with the dowsing rods, and she's actually picked her up, and yeah.
And then she peeped through, and then the one time when we did it, when I sent you that photograph, she came round, and she came right up. We was all at the top there.
Oh, yeah.
And she came, and she she's grabbing my leg, because she likes to play.
Yeah, she certainly does, doesn't she?
And so she's really forthcoming the first time she came to me. But then on Saturday night, she was here, and then we was up there, and then the general, Witchfinder's general, came from here.
Yeah.
He walked up,
Oh, yeah.
and then he stood here, and I said to them, "You've got a man standing right between you two," and I described him.
Just,
And then he was just, I was there in the circle, and he was just staring at me. I tried to keep calm, obviously, because they would freak everybody out.
Of course, yeah.
But then Isabel, she would not come.
She would not come, no.
Because I think she was scared of him.
He has an effect on her.
So our group then went from there, we went down to the cafe bit.
Cafe bit, yeah. The
In
tea
the
rooms,
entrance.
yeah.
And then we did a human pendulum down there.
Oh, yeah.
A human pendulum is where we stand somebody in the middle, we call the spirit to move that person
Oh, I see.
to answers of yes and no.
Yes, yes.
And we asked if there was a spirit, and obviously it was yes. And then the guy that was in the middle, he kind of went really weird.
Okay, yeah.
And we was a bit worried because he was fine beforehand. And then we was asking him more questions, and it said he didn't like me. We went through everybody in the group. He liked them, but he didn't like me.
Didn't like you, no.
We asked why.
For whatever reason, no.
And he said, because of what I do. I mean, he doesn't feel evil, but he feels not like the others. And it's just the way he stares.
The way he stares intensely, yeah.
It's just giving me shivers.
Tries
now.
to intimidate people, doesn't
Yeah.
he?
But
Yeah.
the first time that I encountered him, he came right to me.
Oh, did he?
And he was just standing right.
He was standing right, quite trying to intimidate you.
I didn't want to look at him, but you know, you get drawn, and it's scary.
And,
it's just the face. I don't know why his face.
And the
is like
face is
that.
very scaly, isn't he? Yeah.
It's just like a skeleton, but
A skeleton.
not even with the teeth. You know, a skeleton's got the teeth and
Yeah,
the jaw.
yeah,
That's
of
just. It was just a hole,
Definitely.
and his eyes was just a hole.
The whole, yeah. So
But
it's
I could
like,
see that he was staring at me.
Yeah.
No, he had no eyes. Most spirits here have got a nice vibe,
yeah.
but he didn't
Agree.
have one. He didn't have
Well-
one. There's like devil worshipping down here as well at one stage.
Exactly. Yeah, people have come down here with Ouija boards and they've tried to
not
practice
a good
devil
idea.
worship and done all sorts of things down here and conjured up a lot of spirits, haven't they? So
It's
it could
because
be
we're
him.
talking
Because we're talking about them, yeah.
they come.
They come and they're probably
Sometimes if you ignore
curious.
them, they come even more, because if you're calling out to them and
Yeah.
you're doing all your stuff,
Yeah.
it'll take a while. But then sometimes when you're just talking amongst yourselves and just, you know, that's when they start coming.
Yeah,
and like with my phone, like I came down with 80%.
Yes.
It's just turned itself off, as you saw.
Yeah, it does.
And now it's just on 10%. 5 of us walking down one night, and Lady Margaret it was a full moon. Lady Margaret just walked straight across, floated straight across.
Floated, yeah, because that's what spirits do. Yeah.
One of the guys started crying, and we was shocked because that was so crystal clear, and then we came down to the castle then, and it just was like electric.
So what spirits were you able to pick up on then when you were here? What did you get?
I picked up on obviously the Witchfinders General.
Witchfinders General, yeah.
And obviously Isabel.
Isabel, yeah.
Lady Margaret.
Lady Margaret Pomeroy.
Knights. They're always inside the gate.
They're always inside the gate, yeah.
More towards the castle.
On their horses, yeah.
I didn't see them on the horses though.
No.
I've heard the horses. I've heard horses like galloping down.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I've heard the scream, the terrifying scream.
A terrifying human scream. It's not an animal scream, everyone.
We thought it was somebody getting murdered. And we was going to call the police. Oh,
you've heard that, have you?
Only once.
Only once,
I don't want to hear it again.
Okay.
Because it was really bad.
It was really bad. It's quite terrifying, isn't it?
Before you come round into to where we are now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Made me jump. Hey. Hello.
Hello. Right.
You a security guard?
Yeah. I've had an intruder alarm gone off.
Oh really?
Oh right.
Is that your car up by the gate?
Yeah.
Sorry, we just come down because we.
Yeah, we won't only be around in this area.
Yeah.
We've got green sleeves fan in the background.
We just go something.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, we're not climbing over or nothing like that. We don't do that.
Oh God, no.
We don't do that sort of thing.
We have to get over there.
No, that's
just there for a little while.
Something's triggered it off.
Good evening to the spirits of Berry Pomeroy. Good evening to the Pomeroy family and the Seymour family. My name is Matt. I've been coming to your castle for over 25 years now. I'll come here with love and respect. If there are any spirits that here would like to come forward and would like to interact with me, would like to speak to me, please come forward. Please could you make those lights on this black device flash to red, please? Thank you. Are you still here, Isabel? If you're here, Isabel, please, are you able to make these lights flash, please? Thank you, sweetheart. If there are any spirits here at the gatehouse, my name is Matt. I would really appreciate it if you would able to make these lights flash, if you're able to manipulate this black device. Yeah, thank you, spirits. I really appreciate, thank you for connecting with me. I'd like to ask another question. Are there more than 10 spirits at Berry Pomeroy Castle? Are there more than 10 spirits at Berry Pomeroy Castle? Please make the lights flash to red for yes. Are there more than 10 spirits here at the castle? Are there more than 10 spirits here at the castle? Please could you make these lights flash to red for yes. For yes. Are there more than 20 spirits here at the castle? Yes, thank you. Are there more than 30 spirits here at the castle? Thank you so much. Is it true that there's 2 Isabels that lived at this castle? Yes.
Are you happy for me to be here? Are you happy for me to be here? If you are, please could you make the lights flash to red, please? Thank you. So you're happy for me to be here. I'd like to ask a question. Is the spirit of Matilda still here? If she is, please could you make the lights flash to red, please? Is there a spirit here called Matilda? Yes, thank you. I would like to know, with regards to the spirit of the young girl Isabel, is Isabel still here? Is she still at the castle? Isabella? If Isabella still here, please could you make the lights flash to red? Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to ask another question. Is there a spirit called Raoul here? A spirit called Raoul? If there is, please could you make the lights flash to red, please? With this device here. If you could make those lights flash to red, use all your energies, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. You're absolutely brilliant. Thank you. I'd like to also connect with Edward Seymour. Is the spirit of Edward Seymour still here at the castle? Is the spirit of Edward Seymour still here at the castle? Please could you make the lights flash to red for yes? Is Edward Seymour here? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Edward Seymour. I'd like to ask another question, if I may. Did King Henry VIII ever visit this castle? Because his wife, Jane Seymour, was related to Thomas Seymour. So did King Henry VIII of England, did he visit this castle, King Henry VIII? Please could you make the lights flash to red for yes? No, he didn't. Okay. Is there a spirit here of a cavalier? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So there is a spirit here of a cavalier. There's a cavalier called Stephen. Is that right? Please could you make the lights flash to red for yes? Is there also a spirit here called Elizabeth? Is Elizabeth's spirit still here? Elizabeth. Please flash the lights to red for yes. Is there a spirit here called Elizabeth that would like to connect? If she is here, please could you make the lights flash to red, please?
And William.
Yeah, see, I am William.
Yeah.
But
Billy, William. And there's definitely a wind going on, a chill.
yeah, but I think that's a child's name.
Yeah, there's a chill though. It's just dropped another few degrees. Just here.
So if William or Billy is a child,
He'd love the toy.
there's some beads there. Can you knock them off, or can you set the light off on the floor? It won't hurt you. It's just lights.
And Thomas. Can you see an energy in the doorway?
Yes, yeah.
Is
It's
it getting bigger?
100%.
Getting bigger?
Yeah.
I'm seeing now from a smaller person energy, now getting bigger.
Yeah, like that.
Filling the doorway.
Yeah. And that is why I'm talking about all these different people right now, because that name Grantham came in, and I don't know who that is, but I think that connects to William. And I think Billy is one of their children.
Yeah.
Because I do feel that
Wow, that's changing. That energy.
Not feeling very welcome right now.
Not at all.
Sometimes you will get a gust come at you.
Oh, right, okay,
All right,
yeah.
just don't freak out.
I won't freak out, no.
Because it does happen. I'm going to stop here. Can you see that light on the floor? Can you see that box? I know you can.
Oh, smell that.
Yeah, I can smell. It's like flowers, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can smell sweat.
No, I can smell flowers.
Flowers. I can smell flowers. Very sort of smell of roses.
Yeah.
Can you smell roses?
Flash on the right hand side.
Oh, I can actually smell really old flowers. You know, like the old
Like geraniums.
oh, what's that called? Jasmine and
Jasmine.
Lily the Valley type thing.
I think it's honeysuckle. I don't know what it is. God, it reminds. No offense, it reminds me of funerals. You know when you get all the flowers arrangements
Oh yeah, yeah.
at the funeral.
Right, Chris. Right hand side. Can you see? From the
Don't.
wall?
I can't turn around right now.
There's a mass in the middle of the wall.
Yeah.
And there's somebody on the right hand side.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, is it?
And I'm not going to turn around in a minute because I think they're going to set the light off. Just hang on. Actually got somebody right here in my face. That's horrible. Right there.
Oh, you can actually feel it, can you?
Yeah.
Sense it. And there's somebody right behind you.
I'm blurring because they're right here.
Is it a
They're
female
on
or
my
a male?
Face. That's
Is it a
man.
female
No,
or
it's
man?
a man, yeah.
quite
It's all right.
intimidating, isn't it?
I'm not going with any names, you know, because
Yeah.
unless you stop being nice, like, I'm trying to be nice to them.
Yeah, okay.
That'd be a good idea.
There you go. You don't want you falling. Oh, dear.
Right, so you show them how it works. There you go.
There you go.
All right. That's all you have to do.
God, it's warm here.
I know, it's all here.
Oh,
really
wow.
warm.
Come and stand here.
It's really warm in here.
Oh, wow, stand there, Matt.
I'll stand there.
That is so different.
Can you feel the
Feels
warmth?
a bit warm, yeah, it's a bit warmer. But then again, that could be because we're inside now, aren't we?
No,
it's not.
No,
It's a tunnel, man.
Yeah,
it's a tunnel,
but it's
right?
just.
I've got a headache here as well.
Yeah, my stomach's going.
I always like to look at other explanations, you know. I always think, well,
I'm going to take it. Oh my god, it's stuck. No.
Oh, it's stuck, is it?
Wow.
Oh, wow. So that's actually got stuck around the.
Actually rammed in.
Yeah, got around the actual handle.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
And you got the stone up there. Look.
Yeah, I'm taking my jack back.
That was weird as well because that wasn't on the side. I don't know where it's come from, that one, so I'm going to pop it back.
Pop it down there,
I think
yeah.
it belongs on that side.
Yeah, it's one of the apparitions turning up in your bedroom tonight.
Did you pick
Get
the
the stone up.
I got the jack, yeah.
Don't forget your box as well.
You're going to the pod now, yeah?
I don't think they're going to play with that.
I went right against Chrissy's side of the face. You can see her face going.
I was saying, I'm not going to move at the minute.
That's funny. Because I asked them to do something,
Yeah.
and on here I had the first sentence I've ever had, and it said almost there.
Oh, did it? Oh,
Well, that's really funny because I was getting.
I'm a little bit
whole-
sceptical with spirit
coming
boxes
in.
on apps and that. I'm not saying
Oh,
they
no,
don't
we
work.
all are, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because it could just be pre-programmed words.
Could
and
be
they-
Yeah, that's what
But
I
when
think.
they come up with sentences, it's slightly
A
different.
sentence
Yeah.
is quite impressive.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's
Oh,
probably.
I'm hoping there is a record. They wouldn't give you the name otherwise.
But
Look up Grantham Pomeroy. Barry
definitely.
Pomeroy.
I've got to turn my phone off.
There's got to be a connection, and I need to look up these outer villages because
Outer villages,
do
yeah.
you feel that this first tree is the central point
Yeah.
of the cross?
Could well
of the
be,
cross
couldn't it?
road, and if
Yeah.
it is, that would explain why they built this here.
Why they built this
because they
here.
build them on ley lines.
Yeah, full ley lines, yeah.
So
yeah,
it would need
definitely.
to be on a line.
We were coming down the main drive this evening, and Becky, my daughter, and I, we decided we'd start singing a medieval song that we know.
How you doing?
And we heard quite a definite scream come from woods. So we stopped and we thought, oh gosh, that's interesting. So we walked a little bit further and we decided we'd start singing the song again.
Yeah.
So we did, and lo and behold, we heard another scream.
Okay.
And we stopped again, and then we heard an awful lot of chatter. It sounded like a lot of people, didn't it?
Yes.
More than one person, but all having a chatter together. And I said to Becky, well, is there another road up there that maybe we can hear people? But we stopped, and when we stopped singing, it went about a minute afterwards, went completely silent, which was quite interesting. Wow. We've seen something I've never seen before, is a red light that went from the bush.
The bush outside the gatehouse,
right the way over to the gatehouse, which was quite phenomenal, considering that they were all sort of listening to their EVPs and different things at the time, which were going bonkers. Yeah. And I've also got the name Alexis that came up on my EVP. But Alexis is so far as I'm concerned, it's quite a modern name, isn't it?
Yeah, so would have thought so.
Yeah, it's more like a modern name rather than a name that was used in the medieval times.
Oh, absolutely. So I don't know where that came from, really. Well, lots of electrical activity here tonight for certain.
Have with the K2 meter as well.
On the equipment, yeah definitely. I think one of the fascinating most fascinating, I guess, is talking to other people and listening to other people's experiences.
Yeah.
I could hear the Roundheads and Cavaliers, and when you look through the arrow slit, you can see people down here with the helmets on, the round helmets, which is where the Roundheads get the name.
Okay, yeah.
So the Cavaliers were the ones that were in the castle. I don't think it was a big battle or anything like that. I think literally the Roundheads must have at some point wandered onto the land, and the soldiers that were here were like, no, back off.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like a big battle. It was just like, don't come any closer.
Don't come any closer, or else we're going to shoot.
Now, apart from the Knights Templar that.
Oh yeah, the Knights Templar,
around.
Right.
His name is Christopher, but
yeah.
I got 1100s with him.
Oh right, so he was way back in the 11th century. Wow.
But I do pick up that he was passing through.
Oh, was he passing through, was he?
Not necessarily travelling from one end of the country to the other, kind of passing through.
Okay.
I think he knows this area. He was just...
Sure.
It was like it's a shortcut, so he knows this place.
He knows the area, he knows the castle, he knows, obviously, the people.
Now that we have heard from all of the investigators and mediums who visited the castle between January and August 2023, it is time to look at the photographic evidence that's been submitted to Matt's Facebook group and page. There are over 4,000 followers who eagerly await new photos and anecdotal evidence from Berry Pomeroy. This selection of images was curated by Matt. However, there are hundreds more to see on Facebook. The link is in the video description.
You watch the clock move the slow hand. I should have been home hours ago, but I'm not here. But I'm not here. Can't let you know what's been happening. There's a ghost in our home, just watching you without me. I'm not here, but I'm not here. I'm not here.
3 of The Many Ghosts of Bury Pomeroy Castle draws to a close. We would like to thank you for watching. Whether you had a ghostly marathon all in one go, or whether you chose to watch individual chapters, we appreciate your views and comments. For now, this series is on pause while I take on new opportunities and investigate my own local haunted locations. Who's to say that in the future, a part 4 won't take place? So, keep an eye on my channel, and if you subscribe, you'll be notified whenever I upload a new video or post a community chat. Matt would like to thank all of the people who took part in this epic episode, especially those travelling from further afield or dealing with health issues. Your kindness, dedication and excitement to share your experiences is inspiring. As we have said before, so many people across hundreds of years have witnessed bizarre, unexplainable phenomena at the castle. They can't all be wrong.